From sap to strength in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine. Ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win. We wear the
Yeah, buddy. I thought maybe you forgot us back here. That happened. I thought maybe you'd taken off for your doctor's appointment.
Okay, now I should be coming through as well.
I know I gotta take it easy today, man. 2 days of jackhammering and I did 7 loads with the wheelbarrow last night before my muscle finally failed. Feel the pain this morning. It's gonna take me a week to recuperate.
Yeah, take it easy. The thing is, by the time, by next week, I think you're gonna be able to do it. Like you're gonna be in a better state, but you're gonna be out of what to carry. Looking for no copyright music, like playlist, what to play. I'm not sure what to stick you guys with. Okay, let's see some chill music.
Morning, Dynamite. Throat Yogurt, Andrew, Tom D, Max of the Rock, John Hannaford, Hodor, Audio Tits, Twisty Swifty. Good to have everybody here.
That's a big bunch.
Yeah, man. The usual suspects. Standard criminal gang. Magnet D's.
Real rugged. Hello as well.
Yeah, real rugged. About time he stumbled in. I need a little pullback, Mac. I got just enough to get myself 6 shares if it hits 30.48. I've been waiting 3 days for that to fill, so I don't need a pump ski, man. I need a little pullback ski, a little dip ski. After I get my last 6 shares, then it can do whatever it needs to. We had our first first freeze last night in 2 years. That'll go a long ways towards killing some of the bugs and insects, mosquitoes. Of course, a lot of tender plants didn't make it through the night if people didn't cover them up with a blanket or something. It's supposed to get colder even tonight, and then that'll be the end of it for a while, but It's always the way. 1 or 2 days of sub 32 is all it takes.
Yeah. It's even worse. I mean, not it's even worse, but it's pretty sucky here because usually when the winter comes, it comes and it's cold and it's like just freezing non-stop until it's not. But now it's just like getting freezing for the night and everything melts during the day, or it's freezing for a day or two and then it recovers. So, you know, you have trees blooming again in the middle of the winter. So those trees
That's
are
crazy.
screwed over. Like if they start blooming and they freeze again, those bulbs are gone. So that usually means that in the next year, those trees will not bear fruit because
Yep.
they're gone.
John Hanford says, did anyone catch that CHX on GME yesterday? 1,296,892. Someone must have been forced to cover. I didn't see that, John, but thanks for bringing it to our attention. I like to see that kind of shit happening, even if it's in the dark pools. I like it. I wasn't ignoring you, MacNed Bees. I got distracted there with my coffee and stuff this morning. He says, what if it never drops keys? Will you buy less at a higher price? Probably not, Mac, because I'm just playing around for, I don't know. I'd have to, I guess it would depend, Mac, on what I see at the time, what kind of price action I see. I'm kind of a shoot from the hip guy. So I shouldn't say I would never buy more at a higher price, but ten-year Treasury's going up again, 4.638. If shit gets above 5 or 5.5, it's going to turn into a shitstorm in the markets. You watch. Sorry about that, John. Sometimes I have the guys turned down a little bit on Discord so that it doesn't echo through my house real loud. And Preacher has a bass, that real deep baritone, and I can hear him very easily at low volume. So I might be the one fucking it up. I got to remember when he's running, I got to turn his voice back up. Sorry about that. Morning, Pro Jeweler.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, preacher. Little whipsaw action, up and down, and up in the morning, and then it bleeds off during the day. That's been going on for about a week and a half now. Up in the morning, pretty much the markets as a combined. How cold is it there, Pirate?
Man, my batteries died in my outside sending unit, so I don't know. They forecasted 31 last night.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we hit that or not, but right now it's pretty nice out there. It's clear skies and real sunny, so I imagine it's going to warm up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's where it was cloudy this morning. It came through. The winds whipped up a little bit last night. Woke me up. I got up and got back in bed. And we'll probably we won't get out of the 60s today, which is unusual. But the sun is supposed to be out all day long. Down here, you can really feel the sun.
In my son's car, the one that uses a little water periodically, I went out yesterday to try to add some antifreeze in it, and any other time that sumbitch would be down at least 2 or 3 quarts. I opened it up and it was slammed full, so I had to crawl underneath it there, find a plug at the bottom of the radiator, pull the plug out of it, and let the water drain out. Add the antifreeze, and then top it off with water. But I hooked him up. Started it up, let it run, so antifreeze would circulate through the heater core and all that stuff. And while I was at it, I went ahead and put a little antifreeze in the other vehicles. And my truck's got the old heater plug where you can plug it in. I plugged that in too, just to help it. And I made one final check of all of our hoses to make sure they were disconnected. Mrs. Pirate had put some of those little styrofoam insulator cups over top of the hose bibs.
Oh yeah.
Felt
caps,
like we were well prepared to make it through the night.
Yeah. When we used to live in Dallas and you get those bitter fronts come through, man, I would take those hand heaters that you would get at like Academy. You take them out and mix them up and they get hot, you know?
Yep.
And I would go out there about midnight, and I would stuff them up in there on the faucet and put the cap back on it. And that would keep it from freezing in the coldest part. Because they last about 6 to 8 hours.
That's a really good idea. That's a good hack.
Yeah.
We'll see you, preacher. Thanks for turning the stream on for us, and we'll see you when you get back.
They're saying that they're supposed to have ice in Houston, but it's happened. It's happened before.
Oh yeah, there's been some pretty good videos on YouTube of ice and snow up north.
Yeah.
Ohio and all that kind of shit. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun when you're there, but when you get, you get ice for a week and you can't get out. Well, you don't want to get out. I mean, you can get out, but you risk, some idiot running into you. So, it's just like a trip. Get your car fixed 2 or 3 weeks after it's not any fun. I don't like it.
Yeah, we never lost any cows through snow, but we lost a few through the ice. Ice was always much harder on our animals than the snow was.
Oh yeah. Well, they can slip and fall and.
Yep, slip and fall and all that shit.
Never owned any livestock, but I've participated. Some of my friends, they grew up on farms and stuff. But then break the water hole, frozen, where they got to drink, so you got to go out there and break it up.
Yeah.
So I read online sometime today around 10:45 to 11:15.
I read that too.
CompuServe, whatever. People are supposed to have your shares. Supposed to be making, supposed to buy their annual, or they, if people register, they've got to go out and shore up their account. So. Make sure the shares are really there. How do they know that they're really there? I don't know. Even after they buy shares off this market. So I'm interested to see if there's any bump here in the next hour, 2 hours.
That'd be fun to watch for. Keep my for.
Well, it's either going to tell me that's a bunch of, it's a bunch of BS, or so just for grins, I put in 10 shares at 50, 10 shares at 75, and 10 shares at 100 on my GME just to see. If the buy button gets turned on and it ramps up quick. I remember one winter, my son played ice hockey, and we were heading to Houston, and it was, this time of year, January, February, and a pipe busted at our house. Well, we were driving south, and it was so cold that ice was forming on the inside of the windshield of the car in the corners. I guess from us breathing or whatever. I had my son and another kid. I drove down there, went down there to play a game. He played travel hockey, so we had to travel for games, and but it pipe busted at the house. I mean, we were gone. It was just cold. Everything on my watch list is red except the SPY, gold, AMC, Dow Jones, all green. Kind of a weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, my watch list, these are things I'm watching to see. Let's see what gold's doing. I haven't checked the price of gold today. And let's see. Okay. Gold is up $13.30 to 26. I just changed to it's up $11, $26.47. Silver's up, platinum's up, palladium unchanged. Nobody buys palladium. Rhodium up $175. Rhodium is a form of platinum that's used. It's best in liquid state, where they plate it on circuit boards. It's highly reflective, and it also conducts very well. Can't make anything out of it. Metals are up. I guess the dollar. Let's take a look at the dollar.
All the treasuries are up. 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, even a 30-year. They're all up.
Bitcoin's diving. Dollar's red. It's gone down, but it's trying to make it back to where it was, or close. What do you think? Money's turning over?
Possibility.
I think everybody's like me. It's like, okay, so the next 4 years, what's not going to do well and what's going to do well? I'm going to get my money out of that and move it over to here. But with the interest rates, the 10-year rising, I don't want to take my money. It's earning, so it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's not,
It says job openings are 8.1 million versus the 7.7 estimated. So there's more jobs available.
Is this a report from the government?
I would imagine so. They're spewing it out on CNBC right now. It's a ticker that's going across the bottom of the screen.
you can't trust that. They've demonstrated they have no scruples when it comes to lying about numbers. So.
Yep. Ten-year just hit 4.679.
Okay. I think on my last pay I was at 4.33 is what I earned. Then I had another one that was paid as low as 3.88. So it must have took a dip last month.
Nation Sports says CNN is the only thing that he actually believes in and trusts. Yeah, I get all mine from Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of those girls on The View. I usually tune into them. I get all my news and financial advice from The View. There's no better source of information, in my opinion.
You know, if you're a feminist, we've just wrapped up 4 years of Nirvana for you in the White House and the way things have been in the country. And they're not any happier than they were 3 years, 11 months ago.
Yeah, feminism's been a fucking big disaster for modern man.
Yeah.
Between,
so it's,
I look on Twitter and I see three kinds of posts on Twitter for women. It's either girls who said they fucked 50 and 60 guys already and they're 19 years old. It's either that or it's a 40-year-old woman who's like, I got one kid, I'm single, and why does nobody want me? 42 years old, it's her. And then the third one is the girls that are on OnlyFans that say that, you know, they want a man who looks like Brad Pitt, who makes $2 million a year. He's 5'9", blue eyes and blonde hair, you know, blah, blah, blah. And these girls look like they're about, out of a scale of 1 to 10, they're about a 7 at best. Those are the three type of representations I see from women on fucking Twitter. It drives me up a fucking wall.
Well, you forgot about the ones sitting in their cars with their purple hair, side of their head shaved, and they got some kind of designer glasses. Maybe they're script, maybe they're fake, and they're crying.
You're right, I did forget them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're crying, blubbering about reality.
Yeah, I'm like, this is what my two sons have to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
These fucking girls are, I'm 37 years old and single, and where are all the good men at? I'm like, do you know how many guys have probably tried to get with her over 20 fucking years of being hit on, approached, talked to? None of those guys were fucking good enough. Now they're past their fucking prime. Things are looking a little bit bleaker for them. They're not getting the approached as much as they used to. And then it's, oh my God, where are all the good men at? I'm like, well, you passed them all up. 20 years of guys trying to get with you, and none of them were good enough. Now you pay the fucking price. I fuck with them nonstop on Twitter. I always comment. I tell them shit like, it's too late for you, but maybe you can counsel some young girls. Be a force for change. Just because you fucked it all up, maybe you can talk to young girls. I don't tell them. But what they want to hear is, "Oh, you're beautiful," or "You'll find somebody," or there's somebody out there, fuck that. I'd let them fucking have it. I'm like, yeah, you fucked this up pretty bad, so maybe you could just counsel some young girls. So it's too late for you, but maybe you can help somebody else out.
You put out the pasture.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to the auction next week.
Exactly. Yeah. Fucking girls been rode
30.
They've been rode
not
like a fucking rented jet ski for fucking 20 years. They got a double armful of fucking kids from 3 different men, and they expect somebody to swoop in and make all their dreams come true for their golden years. I'm like, who in the fuck told these people that this is how the game was played?
Yeah, I don't know. My son's 30, and he doesn't even really like dating anymore because, and he's pretty methodical about it. He just, I said, he just told me, he goes, I put down exactly what I want to do. I want to go to hockey games. I want to go out to sporting events. I want to go hiking. I want to go skiing. I want to go this and that and the other. He goes, I don't even look. He goes, I'm shopping for personality. I'm not even looking at their looks. It's not about looks anymore. Now their guys are looking for, they want somebody cool to hang out with.
Yeah. I tell my sons, you better find somebody that's going to help row the boat.
Yeah.
You don't need any fucking dead weight hanging around your fucking neck.
Yeah. It takes 2 incomes to survive in this world, in this day and age. Didn't used to be that way, but it is now. So,
well, even if they don't provide another income, if they're a homemaker and it's of a high level with fine meals and a well-kept house and all that kind of stuff, you just need somebody. My first wife, when I was married the first time, I married that stripper right out of fucking boot camp. I worked 8 hours a day for the Air Force, and then I'd come home and work another 8 hours a day on the new business. The business I built was just brand new at that time. So I was doing 16 hours a day, and I'd come home and she'd be fucking laid out. And she'd be like, if you need a uniform for tonight, you need to do some laundry. I thought a little bit of that shit goes a long fucking way. I'm like, I'm working 2 8-hour jobs and this bitch can't even do my fucking laundry. That pussy was good, but it wasn't that fucking good. So sent her down the fucking road real quick. And I thought, well, I'm not going to do that shit again. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I lucked out. I found me a country girl. She wasn't all ruined by the city mentality. She killed her first deer when she was 7. She knows how to back a trailer, a boat, into she can launch a boat.
That's good.
Knows how to bait a hook. She knows how to shoot very well. She knows how to cook.
I left the Air Force Base one time for lunch. I was working 3 to midnights. And it was like 5 or 6 in the afternoon. We weren't supposed to take Air Force vehicles off the base without permission, but I used to do it all the time. So I'm in an Air Force truck. And I drove out the gate, and I'm headed towards the tuna can where I lived. And going down the highway, I look up there's a fucking Corvette Stingray parked on the side of the road. I'm like, God damn, that's a Corvette like mine. I get up there a little bit closer and I look, it's my wife. She's in my Corvette, which was not unusual. I mean, she drove, but she's on the side of the road. There's a dude with a motorcycle parked and he's leaning in the car talking to her. So he flagged this bitch over on the side of the fucking road and he's chatting her up, and this cunt pulled over for him. And here I come rolling up, fucking my uniform at the Air Force truck. And I didn't even get out of the truck. I just pulled up, I rolled the window down. I said, "Hey, sport, just so you know, that bitch you're talking to right there, that's my Corvette she's sitting in." And I just pulled away. Of course, when she came home, she was telling me all the shit about how She got flagged over because she thought something was wrong with the car, and he was trying to help her out and come to her aid and all that shit. I'm saying, sure he was. A little bit of that goes a long motherfucking way. Andrew says, sounds like Pro Jeweler met his wife at a pay lake. You met her at Bass Pro Shop, shopping in the fucking saltwater fishing gear department, looking at Penn SS Penn reels.
Yep. You know, she don't go fishing with me all the time anymore, but every once in a while she goes out there. I ask her. Because if I don't, why didn't you ask me to go fishing? Because you would have said no. Well, maybe I won't next time. Oh, okay. Got me a Cajun girl. Oh, she's good. Good to go. I found dating all the girls that were 9s or 10s where it was just a pain in the ass. Like, man. Get up and go to the bathroom, you come back to your date, and some guy's sitting at your table. And you're like, what's going on? You buying dinner? Oh, he just sat down. I'm like, did you tell him you were on a date? Well, no. And I go, well,
yeah.
Here, let me go find him. Got up, I went over and go, hey, I'm leaving. Why don't you go finish my date? I'm done with this shit. Walked out.
It's been my experience too that when I was a young man, you date the really, really good looking ones, that top shelf stuff. They were so used to getting everything they wanted because guys would fall all over them. People stumble all over themselves to try to help them, give them anything they wanted. And they really fucking had a real elevated sense of entitlement. Man, that's just not going to go out too good over years. I don't know, man. It's a battlefield. I'm glad I don't have to get out there in it.
Yeah, it's definitely a battlefield. We were at Bass Pro Shop this weekend. Went over there to check out, see if there are any deals, any after Christmas clearance stuff that we can get our hands on. So, just shopping. Well, the dollar's making a nice surge back. Of course, the S&P's dropping. SPY's dropping. VIX is climbing.
Nvidia's eating it pretty good.
Yeah, I saw that. They were in a little bit of a tumble this morning. I saw some people that are playing some shorts were winning on that. Even Tesla's down.
Morning, Diesel. I ain't seen Diesel all morning. I open up my blueberry muffins and he come like he was tied to a string. Ain't seen you all morning. You worse than like a damn Democrat. Showing up for the free shit.
He's there to collect his taxes.
Somebody's got a song on YouTube somewhere. It's one of those little comedy bits. It says, "I think my dog is a Democrat." It's some of the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. Really well written comedy. I think my dog is a Democrat.
Is Papa still on his walkabout?
I don't know if he's home yet or not. I haven't heard from him lately.
He's heading to the Colorado. Of course, get up there, you might get snowed in for a couple extra days that you didn't plan on.
Twisty Swifty said the other side of the coin is the general consumers of OnlyFans as a white married man. I wouldn't be surprised, Twisty, but OnlyFans is nothing more than a digital Playboy magazine. Used to have Playboy. You guys wanted to get the eye candy. Men are visual. They like to look. No. Yeah. That was what made Playboy so popular. And of course, you had some of the more hardcore, Hustler, and We, and Chic, Penthouse. Mangino or whatever his name was, Penthouse magazine, all that stuff kind of disappeared after the internet come about and free porn and all that. But I think that whole OnlyFans thing is nothing more than these girls are just running their own little Playboy magazine where they're the star and they get the money. There's no middleman. I saw some of the numbers that some of those girls were being paid, and I'm thinking, holy fuck. Some of the one girl said, I saw her on some sort of a podcast or something. She was an attorney, went to college, graduated, passed the bar, got a law degree, and they asked her why she's an attorney doing OnlyFans, and she was something to look at. And she said she made 6 figures a year as an attorney. So let's just say $100,000 a year as an attorney. She said she was doing 6 figures a month on OnlyFans. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, God damn. Mac and B says a lot of cases it's like they're running their own brothel. I don't know with Mac and B's that a lot of them have to do the deed, because if they can make $100,000 a month just by letting people look at them naked or whatever, they don't have any need. I don't know why they would take the risk of, meeting people at hotels and all that. I'm not saying it doesn't go on. I just think the bigger part of the industry is real simple. They're like, I'll let you look up my dress for $1. But there's nothing new. They don't call it the oldest profession in the world for nothing. Women have been selling sex for cash since the biblical time. It's right in the Bible. It's always been that way and it always will. Shit, man, I can remember a time on a construction site. There were 10 dump trucks there. You could walk up and rummage through the 10 trucks, and 6 of them would have Playboy magazines in them. Guys sitting waiting to be loaded. Just sit and flip through the magazine, look at the girls, show the guys, all that shit, centerfolds, just the way it was. A lot of times it's, Mike says, why bother with OnlyFans when there's free porn? It doesn't compute. It's not about the porn, Mike. I think a lot of times it's just about, I don't know, like it's like looking at a car collection. Everybody looks at different cars. You see, it's the beauty of it. You just go from one to another and say, well, that's a pretty Corvette, or that's a pretty, Ferrari. You just go on from the next one to the next one. And then also, I think they have an element to it that's kind of personal. I think when it's on OnlyFans, somewhere deep down, they've got they lie to themselves and tell them they have a chance, not necessarily a chance, but maybe they're having a relationship with a girl. A lot of those guys, if they grew up and on a scale of 1 to 10, looks wise, they were always, 3s, 4s, and 5s. They never got to interact with any of the pretty girls or any of that, or much less get a little peek at them in a state of undress. So it's a way for them to, live the good life that they wouldn't ordinarily do as far as visually. So I'm sure there's a whole bunch of psychology behind it, and I'm not educated enough to know what makes it all work. So, I know one thing, nothing new about it. There's nothing new about it at all. Nobody wanted to go out in the cold, I guess, last night and shop. My son was doing the deliveries that he does, earn money from Walmart. He got paid $42 for 40 minutes worth of work. Went over and picked up, I guess, 3 bags of groceries, took it to a house, dropped them off. Somebody did want to go out in the cold. He come busting down the stairs like he was on fire with a sweatshirt. I said, "Where are you going?" He's like, "I just picked up a delivery." "You going out this late?" He's like, "For $42 for under an hour's work." "Yeah, I'm going." I think we get after it, man. He turned down another one. They wanted NyQuil, vitamin C, a whole bunch of shit that was, you'd use to tamp down either a flu or a cold or whatever it was. Zycon or whatever. And it was $25 to deliver here, just right down a few doors down or something. And he said he turned it down because that he had to meet with the people. I'm like, "You can't just leave the medicine at the door?" And he's like, "No, because it's medicine. He's got to see an ID. Got to take their ID from him." And he's like, "And I'm not getting around nobody that's fucking sick." I'm like, "Yeah, that makes sense." So I don't know, that they might have to. He said, and for that reason, he talked to some of the other drivers, some of the other guys that are doing deliveries, and they do the same thing. If it's obvious that it's a whole bunch of shit for a sick person, they turn the delivery down. And it's not because they don't want to do the delivery. They don't want to have to meet the person. Johnson B Street says, "I hope he isn't driving around a huge gas guzzler." No, he's not doing the deliveries in my dually or nothing like that. A little piece of shit minivan, little Chrysler Voyager. It's ideal. Sometimes he can do 2 or 3 different deliveries on one trip. I mean, it's not like a super fuel saver, but it's modest enough in its fuel usage that plus everything he's doing is real close. It's all local. He benefits from being real close proximity to it. You can shoot you can just about shoot a pellet rifle from my house to the Super Walmart. So he's kind of already there. All he's got to do, and then they load him. He pulls in there and they load him at Walmart. All he's got to do is zip down the road and meet the people in the driveway. That's what I was thinking, Break Nation. You think they could, the medicine shit, you can just leave it on the porch. I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed with it as a little side hustle, though. He goes out, if he doesn't just go out for 5 or 6 hours at a time, he never makes less than $120, $150, 5 or 6 hours. Sometimes he'll come home with as much as 2 if it's a busy evening. He has a lot of flexibility, which is important to him. I've learned quite a bit about it, and I can tell you it's a pretty good little side hustle. Mike said, "That's good bread for a quick hit." Yeah, exactly, Mike. And that's what he does. He cherry picks. He's on that phone. He gets an alert, and he looks at him, and I think he does a real quick. His first litmus test is a mileage calculation. They'll tell you what the approximate mileage is on. They're pretty close. Sometimes they're off by a mile or two, but then they'll also say, it'll be like 40 miles, 45 minutes. So they give him enough information right off the bat that just at a glance he can see if it's even worth looking for. No, B Street, this is specifically for Walmart. Now he does the DoorDash. He's on like 2 or 3 different apps. He kind of got away from DoorDash because he said DoorDash is one of the least profitable ones. He said the Uber Eats is far better than DoorDash, but this whole thing, I forget what they call it, from Walmart. He's dedicated just to picking their stuff up. Now, and then there's two different types of that. There's the kind where they go into Walmart and they shop for the shit, and there's another one where you just pull up and pick up the shit. It's already been, the Walmart employees already have it in a cart. I know he's got I think he's got 3 laundry baskets in the minivan, and if they have like an order for Break Nation Sports, that goes in one basket. He's got an order for Johnson B Street, he puts that in another laundry basket, so that he keeps all the bags separated and make sure he doesn't deliver somebody's shit to the wrong place. And sometimes he can do like 2 or 3 runs on one trip. Yeah, he would do it, Break Nation. He's a hustler, man. It's all technical. They can track all the metrics, so you get a rating after he's been doing it for a while. They rated how many successful deliveries he did, how many negative complaints he got, how many times did he take an order and then back out at the last minute. And then based on all of that stuff, the cream rises to the top. And then what they do is they reward the better drivers by giving them, sometimes they have these orders that come in that are bigger, or like if somebody's having a big event, like a firehouse is having something, and it's something that normally pays a little bit better. They have the opportunity to just steer some of that work to their performing delivery drivers. They got it down to a science now, and so he's benefited from that. I think Walmart calls it Spark, something like that. B Street said he does a ton of that drive up pickups to order. The wife puts the groceries in and I park and wait. That was my protocol, B Street, back when I used to leave the house. I'd drive Mrs. Pirate to Walmart, drop her off right at the door, and then I'd find a place to lurk, or I'd circle the parking lot like a buzzard waiting for her. And then I'd pull right back up when she came out, so we didn't have to fight for parking spots, and she didn't have to walk very far. Yep, I'm with you. GameStop's coming my way, falling all the way back down to 31.84. AMC stuck at 405. Nothing new there. Greg Nation says there's some days where he has a pharmacy center and are like 10 deliveries from Ann Arbor, Michigan to Lansing, 70 miles. They pay $105 per delivery, done in 3 hours. Yep. That's a nice hustle right there. I'd be all over that. The Dow's in the red, S&P 500's in the red, and the NASDAQ. All of them down. All of the treasuries, the 2-year, 5-year, and 10-year, they're all going up. Bitcoin is in the red, 97,613. VIX is going up at 17.74 and rising. The VIX is up 10.5% today. They had another pretty good little side hustle going on here that I looked into a couple years ago just out of boredom one day. I didn't actually get involved in it, but I did read up. It was the Hertz rental car, the rental car companies around here. They get so many rental cars that end up left at the airport. They pay drivers to they load 5 or 6 guys up in a van. They drive you to the airport and dump you off, and then you drive their rental cars back to the rental agencies. So you don't have to deal with any people, any riders, any finding addresses or nothing. Just jump in their fucking school bus, ride with them to the airport, drive the rental car back. And they paid a pretty fair bit. I can't remember what it was, but I remember thinking that'd be a pretty good hustle for somebody who didn't want to be tied down to a full-time 40-hour-a-week job. Wanted to go out from time to time and earn a few bucks. I got that big ass dually, and for a while there, I looked about doing deliveries. You know, I drove everything from 18-wheelers and hauled bulldozers and shit. So it's nothing. I can haul campers and stuff in my sleep. But I found out they were fucking people pretty hard. They had these guys pulling these brand new RVs from RV manufacturers to different dealerships, and then from different dealerships around. They're different, but they didn't pay. When I did the math on it, it really was kind of a loser because you only got paid one way, so you had to eat the fuel on the return trip and no pay for it. So you really had to divide the entire trip into the money they were paying. And it turns out that I figured out, one of the guys shared with me, the way they make that work is they find retirees that just want to travel. So they get these retirees that want to travel, and if the guy has trucking experience, they get them to drag some of these campers or boats or whatever it is that they want from dealership to dealership. They only pay them one way. I guess the guy and his wife gets paid from that one way on the trip. So I guess it's kind of like what they're looking for is people who's going that direction anyway. So I kind of shied away from that one. I had a friend of mine who was a boat captain, ran charter boats. You guys used to hear me tell stories about him, but he had a deckhand that worked for him that was, he was actually a captain, not a deckhand. They'd take turns taking the boat out. But he had a side hustle where once a year he would take a guy's yacht, some rich fucker's yacht, from Florida. He would take it down and then go through the Panama Canal and then up to California. And then he'd fly home. And then when they got one of the boat back to Florida, he would fly to California and bring the boat back through the Panama Canal. He did that every year for years. Guy paid him top dollar for it. That was his big side hustle. Never understand that. I mean, that's the whole point of having a boat, is to travel on it. But I mean, I guess some of these rich fucks, they don't care. They're just, they want to take it out for the weekend or whatever, and watch the fireworks off the San Francisco Bay or something. They don't want to take the time to drive it there, I guess. Side hustle. No, Andrew, his name was not Rick. He called me about a week ago. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he was telling me stories. One of his workers, the deckhands, they got a forklift that they use to load bait, carry bait around. He's got a little shop they maintain their fishing boat out of. They got a forklift stuck in the sand. And those dumbasses, I guess they were drunk, but they backed a truck up to it to try to pull it out. And whoever hooked the chains up to the forklift hooked the chains up to the hydraulic lines. So when they tried to pull him out, it just snatched all the hydraulic lines loose from the front of the forklift. You have to ask yourself what these guys are. Even drunk, I don't imagine I would do something that stupid. But he has some issues with some of his deckhands and first mates. Those guys are questionable intellect. Andrew said his friends were Rick and Kathy. They ran boats from Miami to the Bahamas. They'd get a call and he'd head down to Lunken Airport and catch a flight, freaking sail the Atlantic. Yeah, that's pretty good lifestyle, Andrew. A lot of guys will do it with their wives. Their wives will work as a cook, chef, keep the beds made, wash the towels and all that stuff, and laundry. Man, would captain the boat. Pretty good hustle. Pretty good lifestyle. Breaking news. Moments away from President-elect Donald Trump delivering remarks on investments in the United States. I guess he's given a press conference at Mar-a-Lago. $10 on the nose, pirate time. Well, 10:01 here in the Florida Panhandle. AMC is at $4.06, relatively unchanged. While GameStop finds itself at $32.29, off of its intraday low. So there's your update. There he is, man. The cucaracha.
Good morning.
Morning, Yucca. Trump is going to announce $20 billion investment to build a new data center. It's got the smell of AI all over it.
What's going on with the eggs? I heard there's places that are selling out with eggs. Did you hear anything about that, Pirate? The
I know
price.
there were some problems with the avian flu going around, so I know
Ah,
they killed a whole bunch of they purged a whole bunch of hen houses from some of the major producers. Probably lost a little bit of production, so but I haven't heard much about it. But that was in the news recently, so it makes sense that there's going to be a little bit of an egg shortage for a while.
yeah. Yeah, I got a place up the street where I do a lot of printing for them. They need me to update their prices on their menu. They said that their price of the eggs have like tripled. They buy them by case.
Yeah.
So now I understand why. Wow. I mean, eggs is pretty much in everything.
Yep.
Wow.
You know, a hen only gives you eggs for like 2 years on a regular enough interval that justifies what she has to be fed. I'm not talking about free ranging chickens that walk around the yard. I'm talking about in a cage that have to be fed chicken feed. They give you an egg like one egg every day and a half. Once they get up to about 2 years old, their egg production falls off, and you actually spend more feeding the chicken and store-bought chicken food than the eggs that they provide. So they got to turn those hens over. But those hens also become chicken wings. You know, they start out as laying hens. They'll let them lay eggs for a couple years, and then they end up turning them into chicken nuggets. You know, and then one. So, but anytime you go in and say, well, say like Eggland's Best or some other big giant producer, you know, they got some sort of a big facility with 10,000 birds in it. Somebody goes in there and they find one sick bird, and they're like, yeah, we got to wipe out this whole flock to make sure that this doesn't turn into a big problem. They do some ignorant shit. I mean, they do some really ignorant shit. Bureaucrats. Back in the day, I think Mr. Pirate kept anywhere from 30 to 35 hens, one rooster. Kept them for years. Eggs coming out our ass. She'd bake all kinds of stuff because that's one of the most expensive ingredients to baking. You know, flour, sugar, and all that stuff. Salt, that's not real expensive, but bake cookies or pies and bread, eggs. So. And we fried a lot of them, ate a lot of them, gave a lot of them away.
Yeah, all these pastries, all these places that make bread. I'm sure the prices are gonna go up. Everything's gonna go up. Everything. It's like you go to McDonald's or Burger King, you need bread for your burger, so it's everything uses eggs. Man.
Yeah, Break Nation, we had a working farm. It was, we used to joke, man, it was gas, grass, or ass. Nobody rides free. Same went for my cattle. If I had cows, if she's standing there, she's got a calf by her side nursing, she better have one in her belly growing. It takes a cow 9 months, just like a woman, to lay a calf down. You get one per year. So if she's not pregnant, she goes to the sale barn. I wasn't in the habit of feeding cows just to hang around. Go bankrupt doing that shit. So yep, everybody had to pull their weight on the farm. But it's different. It's one thing to have, you know, it's like I said, we running it like a excuse me, trying to make a self-sustaining business out of it. If you're just going to have a little hobby farm and have a few animals, that's a whole different thing, where they're kind of like pets. It's a big difference between farming and having pets.
Right.
Anyway,
Now,
Trump about to make remarks at Mar-a-Lago in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, candles everywhere. What?
One of my favorite stories, Break Nation, I don't know if you heard it or not. Mrs. Pirate had a cow that she could feed by hand. A lot of cattle are skittish, but she had one that was particularly nice to her. She could feed it, alfalfa cubes and stuff. And one year, it's called open. When a cow comes up and she's not pregnant after the bull's been on her, she comes up open.
Wow.
I had her favorite cow come up open, and I said, I'm going to ship that bitch off to the sale barn. And she's like, no. She's like, I never ask you for nothing around here. That's the one cow I want to keep. I'm like, fuck it, whatever. So I let that son bitch stay on the farm. The next year, she gave us a set of twins. Not only did she born the twins, but she nursed them. A lot of times when a cow has twins, they'll abandon one and only take care of the other. But she didn't. She took care of both of them. And every year after that, she gave 2 calves. And up until this time, I sold the entire herd. So you can be wrong, but I had to hear about that. How Mrs. Pirate hooked this up.
But you listened.
Well, it just worked out that one time, but I'd argue that that's a
Fluke.
Yeah. Oh, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah.
An outlier. Now why?
When a cow gives birth and the placenta breaks loose, it triggers hormones in her that makes her stand, and it also makes her bag will fill up. What they call her bag is her tits. Cow's bag will fill up. Her bag will fill up a couple days before she gives birth. So you can tell when she's getting ready to give birth because she'll get real swollen up with milk. Then when that cow's born, it releases hormones in her and she'll start to nurse that calf. Well, when they have twins, I guess it's not until the placenta sheds, the afterbirth comes out, that it triggers that hormone release. So when they have twins, when the first calf is born, it hasn't clicked yet because she hasn't shed the placenta or the afterbirth. So normally what happens is they will give birth to the second calf, and then she'll shed the afterbirth, and then the second calf will begin to nurse. The first calf gets abandoned. So it's kind of one of those weird things. But for whatever reason, this cow took care of both calves. We didn't have to bottle feed it. Funny stuff, man.
Sounds like shared delusion almost. I don't like that so much.
Oh, so there we go. I gotta know. We're closed Thursday.
Is it just New York Stock Exchange or all exchange?
And then it says fixed income market will be closed. We'll close early.
Fixed.
Fixed, yeah. And then Wednesday, markets will operate as usual. Which is settlement for all banks. Oh, what is it? January 9th, which will serve a settlement day for all banks, brokers, transactions.
What's the point of that?
Oh, so on the 9th they will reopen overnight trading. On the 9th.
Now what?
It's for Jimmy Carter's memorial.
I know it's for Carter, but why?
Now why? Yeah, but why? Why did he?
Everyone takes the day off of work?
I think it's just tradition. It's been that way. It's kind of one of those paradigms where you say, "Why are we doing this?" And they're like, "Because we always have."
Did we do that for Bush?
I think we did it for all.
Okay. I guess. Why the 9th? Why not, the 10th? Damn it.
You
Or
gotta pick
today
it.
might not.
They gotta pick a good day where they're
Wait.
expecting to settle.
Yeah, like a roaring kitty type of tweet.
Yeah. Those tweets haven't been doing jack shit lately.
I know they haven't. They have no strength anymore.
Come on.
Is the president talking yet?
No. He comes on, I'll turn it up. Maybe you can hear it.
That's pretty cool. When she gave birth at the same time for both, or one at a time within like 5 minutes apart, or
Yeah, it can take it. It can take as many as 15, 20 minutes, sometimes a half an hour. I don't have a lot of experience with twins. That was the only experience I ever had with twins. But she would have hers sometimes 5 minutes apart, sometimes 10 or 15 minutes. But yeah, once she had the first one, the second one was coming.
it's wild. You guys got any wind out there? Here's pretty windy. It's starting to pick up.
I got a lot of. Wish I had a wind turbine today.
Yeah, I got a lot of wind coming. Looks like it's bringing a storm with it too. I think I want to move to Washington State. Is that where it rains a lot?
Yeah.
And I like that. I don't know why. But I don't know how the economy is over there. I'm sure it's better than California.
Yeah, they've got Microsoft and Amazon, I think, based.
Is that where they are?
I think that's where they're based out of.
Oh,
Redmond, Washington, Microsoft.
nice.
I'm not sure about Amazon.
Yeah. Oh, really? It's still bad, the economy out there? I think I just got to figure out, build a business where it's just online, internet based, and I can move wherever the hell I want.
There you go.
Right? Like, you
Yep.
don't need.
You need like a mobile
Yeah.
setup of some sort.
I tell you what, after 2 days of jackhammering, and I made seven trips with the wheelbarrow yesterday. I'm broke down. I called in sick this morning. I don't know. I'm probably gonna call in sick every day this week.
Told you, pirate.
Takes a toll on you.
Stop. Yeah, it's not worth it.
One of the things I was doing wrong was I would overload the wheelbarrow, and then going down that ramp, it would try to take off on me. And I was spending way too much energy trying to hold it back because the wheelbarrow doesn't have any brakes on it, you know. So I had to lighten the load up so that when it'll result in me making far more trips, walking back and forth, but at least I won't get drugged down that goddamn hill.
Not a recurring task yet for life. Of course. $50 an hour, whatever you gotta pay. Not worth your
Now
help.
I just do it a little bit at a time, and then my boys they'll pick up. I'm certain they're going to end up doing a great deal of it on the weekends. Between all of us, we'll get it done.
Doc of the day, Getty.
Getty Images.
According to Thinkorswim, Benzinga, shares of Getty Images blasting off on Tuesday. Company announced it's merging with Shutterstock. It'll create a $3.7 billion visual content company.
All that started as a tax dodge. You need to read it. You need to read the book. I've recommended it several times on KC's channel, but it's called The Richest Man in the World. It's about J. Paul Getty, how he cornered the oil market in the Middle East. But really interesting stuff. Andrew Morgan said, I think a nice coral reef out back sounds pretty good. Yeah, I thought about taking a wheelbarrow loads out to the end of the dock and just dumping them off, letting the have a little coral reef to draw the fish in and all that. But that's even farther. That means I got to push the wheelbarrow 3 times as far.
All right, you get back. Talk to you guys later.
All right, man.
Take it easy.
Indiana license. And Hussein, I'd love you to come up and say a few words. Very much. Thank you, Mr. President. It's been amazing news. Family, when he was elected in November. We've been waiting 4 years to increase our investments in the US. It's a very large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 lecture units and another 45,000 in the pipeline. In data center, we are in 10 countries around the world, Asia, Europe, and Middle East. And very, very excited now with his leadership and his open strategy and policy to encourage businesses to come to US. For the last 4 years, we've been waiting for this moment. And we're planning to invest $20 billion. And even more than that, if the opportunity in the market allows us. At the moment, we're planning $20 billion in data center, catering to AI and cloud business hyperscale. And that man knows what he's doing. He knows. So Hussein, we're going to work with you and make sure everything goes smoothly. We have powers that haven't really been used in terms of environmental. If you invest over $1 billion in the United States, we're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the quagmire of environmental and various other regulation rules. And I made it a point of telling people if you invest $1 billion or more, and we'll do this with people with far less too, we guarantee it. We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process. Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14, 15 years. I saw it with plants in Louisiana where I got it approved in literally a week. And they were through the review in 1 week after spending 14 and a half years trying to get it, and they were going nowhere. It was a terrible thing. So I've been a victim of that myself over the years. And I think I know all the games and all the tricks that are played. And much of it is just done to stop progress. So we're going to be helping you and everybody else that comes to the United States and wants to invest their money, that you don't get tied up for the rest of your life and you can't do anything. This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened. We are inheriting a difficult situation from the outgoing administration, and they're trying everything they can to make it more difficult. Inflation is continuing to rage, and interest rates are far too high. And I've been disappointed to see the Biden administration's attempt to block the reforms of the American people and that they voted for. They just made a landslide election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. Nobody even knows how many people. Millions. And they're still counting in some areas. You know, they're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a place. What a horrible place. One of the things we're going to do is we've got to fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something up thereabouts. In places where they're still counting votes. President Biden's actions yesterday, offshore drilling, banning offshore drilling, will not stand. I will reverse it immediately. It'll be done immediately. And we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to be drilling in a lot of other locations, and the energy costs are going to come way down. They'll be brought down to a very low level, and that's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it to go up, along with the ridiculous spending of the Green New scam. All this money, trillions of dollars. It's like throwing it right out the window what they're doing. And they're trying to spend so much now, they're just taking money and giving it to anybody that wants it for any project at all if it's certified under the Green New scam. And they don't work, and it's too expensive.
Green New scam.
And, they told me that we're going to do everything possible to make this transition to the new administration, very smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because they got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican by far, actually, by a lot. And, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work. But even to this day, they're playing with the courts. They're friendly judges that like to try and make everybody happy on the Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many. I defeated deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones. And press made such a big deal out of them. We did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything. And the people saw that. When they vote when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. And that tells you we won. That tells, and they've been watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president-elect of the United States of America? I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. We had everything was good. No wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel. You took a look at that attack, October 7th, the attack on Israel, with the horrible way they got out. Not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them. But we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools with 13 dead and many, many badly, horrifically injured. Nobody ever talks about that. No arms, no legs. Nobody ever talks about it. The way they got out was outrageous, leaving billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans and specifically the Taliban. It's the group. And we were doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so badly handled, that withdrawal, where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air. And nobody's ever seen anything like the worst. And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now. And that's going to all end. We're a great military. I defeated ISIS, as you know. We're in no wars. I just finished a couple. And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers that would have been gobbled up with 2 armies. We had one army, 300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000. Getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. Got criticized. I saved 5,000 lives. And we did a great job, and we're going to do an even better job.
We'll continue to monitor the president-elect speaking from Mar-a-Lago. The big headline.
$20 billion from Daymac Properties, geared towards AI data centers. So big investment.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Hey, John.
What do you ship, pirate? About the real estate company, 1 billion.
DAMAC, DAMAC.
Okay.
A guy named Hussein just spoke at a press conference, Mar-a-Lago for Trump. Said they've agreed to do a $20 billion investment in the United States, building data centers. It's a real estate company, but they're doing data centers, I guess specifically for AI. But they're going to spend $20 billion in new construction.
Wow.
So that's going to be good for some community somewhere. Construction company, jobs.
Good morning, Preacher 2. Sorry, I was talking to Pirate.
Yeah, Preacher, he's gone at the moment. He'll be back when he
Yeah.
can. He's at the doctor's office, I believe. Max paying for GME for Friday is $30. It'd have to fall 10%, roughly. Well, not quite, almost 10%. Now on Friday for that to happen. Yeah, BNS says he's a buyer if it falls 10%. If it gets close to their max pay number, that'll get me filled for those last little 6 shares I've been chasing the better part of a week. Yeah, Break Nation, that'd be a good donation. That's what they should do. If they weather cancel Jesse on a Monday, can he reschedule for Tuesdays even though it's not his scheduled day? He don't want to do 2 days back to back. Nice benefit. That we ate all the beans and ham, didn't we? Oh, leftover. Double batch.
Hey guys, I'm back for a bit, but looking after the kids, so a lot of noise and screaming and crying and barking in the area, so I'll be around for about an hour and then I have to go for another doctor visit.
Sounds good. See you in a little bit.
Yeah, like
All right.
I'm around for now, but as you can hear from the background noise, probably the microphone would be mostly.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Thank you, Yanko.
I can give you the original right here.
I like that Echo jacked up one.
Yeah, double the fun.
I'm working so much at odd hours, haven't been able to jump on in.
That's good. We're here. Happy Festivus.
I love me some festivals. I was liking Casey's post on X, that 13-inch ruler. That made me laugh. That was straight out of Spinal Tap. Ours go to 11. I'm in Vegas right now. CES was just started.
All right.
It was a madhouse. Oddly enough, not a line to get breakfast stuff. Everyone's so efficient. They eat, they pay, and they get out.
I wish I could share a cab ride with you, or if I was out there with you in Vegas, if I could get on a escalator, get just in front of you going up the steps. I had beans and onions for supper last night. I'd give you a real treat.
Dude, I went to one of my favorite Mexican restaurants up in Kennesaw, and have some really good birria tacos. And I always get their charro beans. I tell you what, for about 2 days, them charro beans. I don't know what it is about the charros, but they're I guess they're just
Fire in the
more
hole.
fiber.
I guess there's more fiber. You know what I mean? There's more fiber than like refried and all that.
Fire in the hole. Yeah.
Talk about cleansing. It was so bad. I went into the bathroom middle of the night just so I didn't wake Dara up because I was sure that it was going to wake her up. It was so horrible.
They don't call it a thunder. They don't call it a thunder bucket for nothing.
Well, she decided she's going to go to the bathroom, and she goes, "You're never going to use a toilet here." I said, "What am I going to do? Go out in the backyard, hold on the fence, and bend over? Dig a hole?" I said, at least I didn't do it in the house. I did it in the bathroom."
Yeah. It'll be gone faster going down the drain.
Yeah, exactly. And then I tried to do the Navy flush, where it sucks all that air. I farted and flushed the toilet, thinking that would draw some out, but apparently not enough.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. A friend of mine had an episode that was so bad that one friend threw up and I was coughing.
Thank you. I'm about to go, I'm settling up here. I'm about to go walk by the Pagani car here in a second. We've got to be getting close to MOAS. It's almost the 20th. All right, we're gonna walk through the wind.
Good cover.
That's so big. There. Usually, when I come to this place, there's always a line, and it is packed. And yet, no line. And Vegas is, and yet, like Wednesday.
You were cutting off a lot, JJ.
Oh no.
Still a robot.
No, it's the. I've got too many windows open in Safari. Is that a little better?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, here's the Pagani. Oops, they're not open.
That's cool.
Damn.
Like a
I
bad
can't remember what that kid told me. I think it's 3 million.
The tricolor.
Look at the exposed carbon. And all active on the aerodynamics.
That looks tasty.
Yeah. But when I sat in that one in Lauderdale, I was very unimpressed with the seats. For that much of a car, man, I think should be giving you a hand job. Even the usually this buffet is packed with people. They're all at CES.
Where is this? Well, I mean, what is this? Is it a mall or an airport or what is this?
The Wynn. I always walk over to the Wynn to go eat. I love this. Wearing the CES tag. It's like the who of who you worked for. I never wear those tags. Wherever I went, I made it. Like, look at me, I'm wearing a name tag. Oh, good for you. Like we didn't know you were in the Navy. I'm telling you, I can't believe how empty this place is. Even in the morning, usually there are people doing stuff. Oh, here we go. We'll watch action. This is where Mrs. Pirate says she wants to go to buy some jewelry. I feel like my camera's dirty. Hold on a minute. It's a little better.
Told her none of that stuff was for sale. That's all. That's like a museum. That's just there for people to view. None of it's for sale. You can't buy any of that.
No.
For the right price.
Is that a? Is that a? What's the green emerald? Is that an emerald? God damn, that thing's big.
That's what she said.
Bigger than my damn phone. Yeah, I know. She had small hands too.
Oh, Chinese, huh? Small feet?
The oh, here comes my favorite place. I don't think they're open yet though. Unfortunately, I got to get back to the hotel.
What is this? Where are you at? The Bellagio?
The Wynn.
The Wynn.
The fifth fucking time. You guys don't listen. He's at the Wynn. WYNN. Damn.
I want to make sure Pirate's still awake.
I love me some McLaren. Fuck, what is that one? Is that a 750? What is that? I can't believe they're not open. Didn't they know I was coming? Yep, 750.
That's why they closed. They're like, oh, we see him. He just landed. He always comes.
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't buy shit. Dude, fuck. So the blue one's got to be, since it's a hybrid, that's the Arturo, I believe.
Is that what kind of blue is that? That's not a metallic blue? What would you say that?
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, it does.
I don't like blue cars.
It looks cheesy on the car, on the sports car.
Somebody told me you should only stay with flag colors, not fag, flag.
Yeah.
And but yet that gray,
blue is better.
That gray rocks.
Yeah.
But look at that one.
That's better.
I'm not a fan of the purple blue.
That one, I don't know about that. Yeah.
Gray, black. The orange, the McLaren orange.
Oh yeah, the McLaren's good. The orange one, yeah.
That's called papaya, not orange.
Oh man.
It's fucking windy outside. It's crazy.
I had a friend that had a brown Corvette. We used to call it Bird. I'm like, what would you? If somebody gave me a brown Corvette, a rattle can, if I had to. Be illegal to paint any car brown to begin. But our family joke is painted brick in the real estate. I am disgusted. Anybody who paints over a brick, they went through a period of time where they would paint brick white. They just mop white paint all over it. I'm like, you ought to go to jail for painting a brick house. See you later, Darren. Come back when you can. You know, Captain, this is like the third time that you've taken us to Vegas. Never once have you even put so much as a quarter in a slot machine and pulled the handle for us. I mean, I know you're a tight-fisted son of a bitch, and I'm not saying you got to go play like the $100 slot machine, but you think from time to time you could just drop a quarter in one of those machines, let us see for a second?
I don't like playing slots. I like playing cards.
Mrs. Pirate said they won't let you film it with a camera. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
But see, it's not about you. It's not about you, preacher or Captain. It's about us. We don't give a two shits whether you like to play slot machines. It's for us. Give us a little something.
Oh, all right. There's that waterfall I like. In my Moas house, I'm gonna have a waterfall like that. It sounds so awesome. I forgot my microphone went off because a scam likely. When I get to my room, I'll have to film. I've actually got a balcony that looks at the sphere. It's got a crazy Delta commercial on the sphere.
I've always thought there wasn't much cooler than an atrium. You have indoor trees and plantings like that. I think that's a timeless way to decorate. Nothing prettier than to see full-grown trees inside the building.
Seems like the wind. You know,
Dennis Arroyo said, I found you guys. You can't hide from me. Mom says you need to let me into the clubhouse. What'd you bring, man? Did you bring chewing gum? Or did you bring some candy for us? Yeah. Did you bring some smokes? Did you steal some cigarettes from your dad? If you brought 2 cigarettes we can share, we'll let you in the treehouse.
Maybe I'll have to pull the camera out again. I'm about to go by the convention center where CES is going on. One of them. Apparently, security is high.
They allow them to smoke weed over there?
Oh, fuck. There's weed all over this place, preacher. But I'll tell you this much. I don't smell it like I usually do. So that is surprising.
Ain't nothing cooler than a slingshot, Dennis. I had one of those wrist rockets when I was a kid, had the little brace that was on your arm. Those were the shit. I mean, it was a regular old slingshot was fine, homemade one. Made many of slingshots out of a tire inner tube. But if the kids who had money, the rich kids, man, they had those wrist rockets, and those things were all.
And Pirate, I had a wrist rocket.
Well, sure you did. I'm sure you did. I'll bet you probably didn't even shoot rocks. I bet you they bought you ammo. Your family probably bought you a whole bucket full of little BBs to shoot and everything. Yeah, I knew you were that kind of kid.
I used quartz. There's quartz rocks all over the place. I also made that, what do you call it when you have the two straps? What they used to shoot Goliath with?
Sling.
Yeah, I made my own sling too. Boy, was my dad pissed when I broke a 2-inch pipe with that damn thing. I can't get my camera back on. Look at this shit. Every bus for CES, just to take people back and forth to the different locations. This was when it was the Sam's Convention Center. This is the last floor put in.
The Venetian.
Venetian Expo, formerly the Sam's. Oh yeah, I definitely got to film this Delta commercial that's on the Sphere. I don't get a good shot of them from here, from my balcony in my hotel room. I'll get a really clear picture. Really cool. Actually, maybe I could do this. This is kind of cool too. See this one? It really doesn't do it justice. The colors are really vivid. We could see this dang thing about 200 miles out when we were coming in last night. The light's so bright.
That's cool.
I mean, it's always clear in Vegas, very rarely during the weather, but crazy how bright this Sphere is. Yeah, cops everywhere. Usually I just cross the street, but not today.
The Gulf of America.
I think I'm gonna make a one wheelbarrow run. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. See if I can't loosen my muscles up. I'll be back in a little bit.
Yep. Take it easy, pirates. Don't push too hard.
We got sidetracked. Mrs. Pirate said the squirrel was over her bedroom last night. She was on me about trying to find that hole where they're getting in and out, plugging it up, so I had to go down and schlep that damn aluminum ladder. 40-foot aluminum ladder is a backbreaker, but I got it moved in front, got it up against the house. I'm going to have to gather my breath before I go on Operation Squirrel Assassin. Looks like I missed a little price action, though. Good. Temperature gauge says it's 43 degrees outside.
Nice. Hey, Pirate, did you listen to Trump?
Yeah, I listened to most of it. I turned it off about halfway through when he got into the same old shit.
Yeah. So how does it feel to be living on the Gulf of America?
Yeah. I like it.
I've learned more about, learned and understood more from what a president was saying in the last 30 minutes than I did in the last 4 years.
Where did Trump speak?
Mar-a-Lago.
That was today.
Yeah, about an hour ago. 40 minutes ago.
Live with reporters. Nuts.
Treasury sells 39 billion in 10-year Treasury notes. There you go.
Do they say what rate?
4.68 is the yield right now. They said the bid to cover was 2.53 for 10-year versus 2.53 in the recent averages. I should have my ass up that ladder after that squirrel right now, but this price action's got me interested.
Oh yeah? What is the price?
32.78, but we're getting a little bit of a volume uptick.
We need to get over 33 and stay there.
Yeah. I got some poison left over from farm days. I got some shit called Temic. It's like a nerve agent, and it is bad, deadly shit. I mean, I get nervous just fucking with it. You gotta wear gloves and a respirator.
Yeah.
I used to use it for coyotes and shit, but I could poison those fucking squirrels probably on the first day. The problem is if the cats get in, if they find one of those dead squirrels and bite the squirrel, it'll kill the cat too. So I'd end up in divorce court. So I have a very effective chemical weapon, but I can't use it if I don't. Just can't do
Well,
it.
plus,
So,
if they eat it and they die in your attic, you got to deal with.
I don't even care with that. If one squirrel dies in my attic and it'll cook off in a month or two, it'd be different if it's a 30-pound raccoon or something. But
Right.
if a rat or a squirrel dies in a crawl space, it's not going to be the end of the world. It probably happens more than people realize, just from natural causes and stuff. But bigger problem I got is my neighbors have some oak trees, and they're fanatics about them. They trim them and all that shit. But the fuckers grow over the property line and they rub on my roof, which I have a metal roof, and I'm not going to have my paint scraped up with tree branches. So I'm constantly, I go out there and I'll just butcher those motherfuckers. And he's like, let me do it if you don't mind. Because I'm like, look, do it. He doesn't know I owned I guess maybe he does. I owned a tree company for almost fucking 20 years, but that's neither here nor there. But, they want to go up and nibble them back just to the property line. The problem is that makes the easiest way to keep animals out of your attic is to keep all the trees back. Whether it's raccoons, squirrels, and all that shit.
Right. Yeah, I had a couple of palms rubbing on my tree, my house, and then, of course, the palm rats, they get up there and they get in the gutters and use your gutters as little freeways.
Mm-hmm.
Carry on their rat business.
Yep.
So, but my wife throws down a little bird seed out there, and sometimes the rats get pretty, they get used to it. I see them out there. I let them eat a couple of times, and then I just sit out there with my pellet gun, and I can clink them off.
Drill their asses, yep.
Yeah, not have to worry about them getting in the attic or setting a trap or anything. Plus, we have a couple of hawks that like to come through our backyard, pick off any dove or anybody on the ground eating. They carried away a rat, that wouldn't hurt my feelings.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
Okay. What? Now.
We got one of the squirrel holes plugged up, but when I was looking, I found another one. I found an even bigger one. I think the first hole that I found, I don't even think that's the one that they're using as the front door. We have that metal, that standing seam roof, and the panel runs up, and then there's like a gable there for the front portico, and it overhangs it, and there's a little void up underneath of there. And how the hell I can barely reach my hand up in there. I thought about maybe shooting some of that expandable styrofoam in it, but I think the squirrels will just chew through that. I could shove some hardware cloth, chicken wire or something in it maybe.
One time I took go up to the dollar store and get you one of those Brasso metal, brass, or copper scrub pan scrubbers. Because it won't rust. It's
right.
Brass and copper won't rust. And then you cram that in there with a broomstick and then shoot the foam in. So if they start getting to the foam, they get to the wire.
They start metting that wire. Yep, that's a good idea.
They won't like that.
It's like putting steel mesh in concrete.
Yeah, and but don't do anything steel because you know how it is. It rusts. You know. That worked pretty good for me for a situation I had. I just set a game camera up and I started watching it, and then I figured out their pattern. They'd come in the evening and leave in the morning, and then get out there, and that way you know you're not trapping them in your attic. But squirrels, you know, they get up early and they move out, so they come back in the afternoon for their little nap.
When?
Why not?
Why not? Why not?
Hey, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got any nuclear energy
NNE?
ETFs or anything like that on your watches?
Yes, sir. I have a couple shares. Wait. NNE? That's been moving a little bit.
Wait.
Nancy.
What'd you call me?
Edward.
Hang on a sec. I got a pen, but I ain't got a piece of paper. What is going on? You know, budgets are tight around here. Find paper.
The same with my wife.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello.
Where? Okay, N.
N-N-E. She's a volatile one, I'll tell you what.
NNME.
NNE, like Nancy Edward.
Oh, Nancy Edward. Okay.
I would probably wait and see if she dip a little bit. Like, yeah, because
Well,
it'll move.
Did you
like
see
crazy.
Trump's speech?
Yes, I did.
He's talking about energy. So,
Yeah, he was talking about energy. Before we go to Trump, there's a couple other plays you could do, like UROY. That is a Uranium Royalty Corp. They're based out of Canada. It's like a penny stock. It's a couple bucks a share. You know, if you want to get into some of the higher risk stuff. There's the URAN, which is a themes-based uranium and nuclear ETF.
oh, I like that.
Let's see. And if you just go to your, if you're Webull, whatever it is you're trading on, just start typing uranium, and all these tickers will show up, like Sprott, URNM, URNJ, URAA. There's all types of them.
Okay.
You just start typing Uran, and there's all these. There's a number of ETFs. Another good site for searching for specific, categorized or themed ETFs is, I think it's ETF.com or ETFDB. Let me see if it's still ETF. ETFDB.com is pretty good. As in database. ETF.
Oh, okay.
They're good.
Excellent.
That's a good one.
Thanks,
Like if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to start looking into some of that.
There's even an adult entertainment ETF list.
Really?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Well, apparently, somebody can make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Man,
Let's take a look at Rick's. I know. I think Pirate used to be a big holder of Rick's. Rick's Hospitality. Diesel just said yes. Affirmative. Okay.
Hang on a second. I got to drop there for a second.
So if anybody wants to own a stake in a strip club, if you ever want to own part of a strip club.
Oh. All right. Oh. I didn't see any raccoon tracks, so it's got to be a squirrel.
I'm currently selling shares of DATS.chat. It is up today 160%. So yes, I'm making a little profit there. And where do you think it's going? I'll give you a few guesses. Now what?
Hey, Preacher, are you there? I put some pictures in Discord. I don't know if Preacher can share them with the rest of the class. Maybe one of you guys have an idea how I can fix that.
You would have to share some of his screen. He could do a split screen if he wanted.
And he's got the same thing you have. He's got the Streamlabs.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
There's two sides. The right-hand side was the one I was worried about. I used some styrofoam pipe insulation to fill that hole, but I'm sure they'll chew through that in pretty short order. But when I looked on the other side, the left-hand side, it's even a more dramatic hole. It looks like the squirrel has pushed up the plastic soffit to make the hole even bigger to go in and out.
This is in your general?
Yeah.
Okay, let me zoom in a little bit now. Was that pushed up soffit there?
Yeah.
Man, how did they know to push it up? Yeah.
Well, it's real flexible. I mean, that shit just lays in there, you know.
Yeah.
If you ever fool around with that vinyl soffit. But the roof panel goes all the way up. You know, that roof has continuity from the bottom all the way to the peak. But the upper roof, the part that has the soffit that they're pushing up on, that just comes and terminates right there. But it leaves just enough of a gap where they can roll up in there and then make a hard right-hand turn, and voila, they're in my nice toasty attic.
Could you put you don't have permission to speak. Bow to your sensei. More sweet potato chips. What if you put like a trap? Can you access that part of the attic easily or not really?
No, man, it's fucking. It'd take a goddamn circus. You'd have to be a contortionist. Maybe if I was 17 years old, but no fucking way. It's buried.
Yeah.
Another thing that's a little bit challenging is if you look at it, that's a slick metal roof. There's nothing to stand on. Now it's not particularly deep. It's not like a fucking 8-on-12, but it's all you can do to stand there without slipping. But you can't really squat down and work or anything. You end up just sliding
so
off.
slippery.
Yeah, it has like a dusty film on it. You know.
You can't get magnet boots.
Yeah. I mean, when I put my ladder up there, the ladder snugs in real tight there, so I don't have to worry about the ladder sliding.
Okay.
But it's just a little too far to reach from the top of the ladder. The other side, I took a piece of copper pipe, and I just took insulation and stuffed up in it. Just kind of crammed it in there like a tampon, but that hole was a lot smaller on the other side. And again, I don't know how, it's like Pro Jeweler was saying, I don't know how long it'll take the squirrels to figure out they can just chew through that styrofoam. But I may end up having to, I think what I'm going to have to do is get some hardware cloth or some chicken wire and wad it up in a knot, or make it shape it like maybe a roll of paper towels.
Yep.
And then use a 2x4 or something to stuff it up in there.
Yep. Sounds right.
The problem is you can only push on it so hard before that vinyl starts to pop out of the track.
Oh.
See, the first thing I got to do is reach up in there and pull that vinyl back down into the track where they've popped it up.
Well, unless you were to just think of trying to apply something to the exterior, a mesh.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought about if I got a piece of metal, like roof flashing, like 10, 12 inches long, and fold it in half like a V. And then shove it up in there, and maybe put some adhesive on the bottom of it so it glues itself down to the roof.
Yeah.
And shove it up in there. But I really don't like. I don't really. For one, it's going to look like holy hell.
Yeah.
Think on it. Make a trip to the hardware store and buy some hardware cloth, some chicken wire or something. We got a couple of crab traps around here, but Jesse'd lose his mind if I cut his crab traps up to fix a hole.
What if you...
Dad, have you seen my crab traps? I'm like, no, I ain't seen them no.
So, see how it's kind of like if you were to try to fill that space, it's kind of like a triangle that would go in there?
The one, yeah, where the stucco stops.
Could you potentially mount, make a triangular, a 3D kind of, I don't want to get too fancy here, but kind of shape a 3D piece there.
Plug, like a big plug.
With literally, you can buy standalone magnets and just attach it to the base, so it kind of holds it in place there.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. In fact, I got
in there.
You can get magnets pretty cheap from.
Yeah, and the magnet will hold it in place, so you don't. You know.
I didn't think of that. I might be able to put something up there and just use a magnet to hold the plug in. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
That's what we do in here,
Yeah, I might have to think about that.
It's called strategery.
What I need to do is stick some chicken wire in there and go and buy one of those electric fence controllers like I use for cattle and just electrify it. So when they call up there, they just get their ass shocked all the fuck.
That you could do that. You could do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Always something.
You get if you get like one of those magnetic or not, so get one of the electric tennis rackets for catching bugs and stuff.
Yeah.
And just kind of stick that up there. Man.
No, if you take peanut butter, if you put peanut butter on those big rat traps, not the little ones, but the big ones, they look just like your stereotypical little mouse trap, but they make a big honking one for like city rats.
Yeah.
And I've used them before. They work. I mean, but and the squirrel isn't any bigger than a city rat, but
yeah,
smear some peanut butter on it and then say if you take a couple peanuts and embed them into the soft peanut butter.
Yeah.
But if once I shove that trap up in that hole, I won't have any way to get it out unless maybe I tie a string to it and I can shove the trap up in there and then pull it out with the string every other day or something to see if it tripped off. But that'll just be an ongoing. I mean, that'd be an ongoing concern.
It'd be if you could point like a camera toward it, that would be cool. So that usually you can have a motion sensor camera that'll alert you.
I got like 4 or 5 deer cameras from my days when I was obsessed with chasing whitetail bucks, and they all have infrared capabilities and motion detector. I thought about setting one of those up out there so I could get a video of who's coming and going, but I don't have the steam on my boiler to be playing that kind of shit. I got too many irons in the fire right now.
Yeah.
Would that be called a tramp-on?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I think we just invented something new. A tramp-on.
Oh, a
tramp-on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Copyright. Put a copyright on that.
Yeah.
That's how we catch yuccas also, by the way.
Yeah.
The peanut butter.
They fall for it every time. He worked up, but he came in his business.
Was it saying P sitting down? Oh, that's Yucca talking. He's hot.
Yeah. He's giving us business advice.
Wow. Yeah, we got a little snow. I got the snow blower out last night. Had a little fun with it.
Oh, you're so lucky.
Did it start to run all right for you?
Oh, it certainly did. Put in my stabilizer in there, and I got some gear lube and greased up all the right spots just the way she likes, and we had a good time. I can't find ethanol-free gas for like 50 miles, so I had to still use like 93, but best I could do.
Well, if you use all the gas up, it doesn't matter. Ethanol-free doesn't become an issue until you leave it in the tank for a while.
Okay.
But you put that stable in there, so
Mm-hmm. Sure do. Sure did.
it'd be okay.
Mm-hmm. I put some damn stable in my wife if I could, make her stable. Be nice.
It would be nice.
Imagine if that would work.
Actually, my wife went to the doctor this morning to get her stable put in.
You get into the bathroom this morning?
Huh?
You said you went to the bathroom this morning?
No.
Oh, what did you say?
What do you mean?
Oh, I missed what you said.
Oh, no, my wife went to get her pellets, her hormones put in this morning.
Oh, really?
And she goes once a quarter. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that okay? Is that
after about 2 or 3 days, it kicks in, and then I get back my wife back, and then
hormone replacement therapy?
Yeah, that's what
okay?
it's called. It's expensive,
Yeah,
but it's worth it.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Not
cheaper than a
crazy.
divorce. Yeah. After that stuff kicks in 2 or 3 days, she'll be back to normal. Harmony. Yeah.
That's how I feel a little bit about my probiotics. If I don't take my probiotics,
You get sideways?
I find myself getting depressed, and it's really like I think people really underestimate the importance of having
Healthy diet?
a good gut flora. I don't even think my gut flora is probably that great, but this probably keeps it a little better.
Mm-hmm.
The shit's a little expensive, but you know, you got to think about it. Like, hey, 200 years ago, they didn't. What was
They didn't have these problems.
they didn't have problems, but look at their medical, the way they did things.
So fucking penicillin,
right? So, if for someone to come along and say, or to question, it's not like could it be snake oil? Yeah, anything could be, I suppose, but I think there's certain things like what we take in that is not exactly clear, as far as what's truly good for us and not good for us. And I am hoping, I love snacks and sweets and fun stuff like that. I just like this stuff to be made with more quality ingredients than synthetic crap. So if I know it'll maybe cost a little bit more, but I think it'd be better for society as a whole. So
Now
lower insurance prices and all that. I'm not going to go Bloomberg you and say, hey, you got to have a soda tax or anything like that. But do think that something's
Sugar's a powerful drug.
Yeah.
Did I get too loud for a minute?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, we heard all all the printing and growing and award secrets you let out onto the internet. Everybody's rushing to open up their own trophy shop now.
Trade secrets.
Yeah. It's all out.
Yeah, we heard about your 3-inch.
3-inch what? What was that?
Yeah, we heard about his 3-inch pecker.
Yeah.
The pecker.
Yeah, the bird. He's probably a bird, right?
Yeah,
the bird you were talking about earlier.
You have a little.
I have a magnet that has a loop on the end of it. Like you tie a rope on it to lower it down off the boat dock to get to fish a screwdriver out of the water or something.
Yeah.
Maybe I could put a piece of string on that and tie the rat trap to the string, and then just let the rat trap dangle on the roof outside of that hole. Then I can just look up there and see if it's got a rat in it or a squirrel.
Hey,
a camera dangling outside the hole.
Yeah. So when you pull up front of my house, the first thing you see is a dead squirrel dangling from like he's been executed.
Yeah.
So what is it? Is it a hood rat?
Squirrels.
Oh, you got a squirrel.
Nothing wrong with that for a
The
nighter.
squirrel is getting a little frisky with his.
Oh.
And yeah, he's got a track to catch it.
Or we could call the Richard Gere pest service and see what options are available or recommended. Maybe put a paper towel roll or something.
You know what?
Yeah.
Wah.
Damn, what's going on with the market? It's like melting.
Yeah.
The only tickers that are green that I have on my screen, well, now it's one. AMC has been green forever.
Bitcoin fell to 96.7.
Interesting.
Yeah, crypto's been melting pretty good.
Now, why?
DOJ and state co-plaintiffs file amended complaint in suit against RealPage to sue 6 landlords over algorithmic pricing.
Landlords? I'm a landlord.
Over algorithmic pricing? With landlords? That's weird. It must be they have certain criteria that they, if this, then that, if this, then that, if this, then that.
Yeah.
In your contract, but if they're just jacking the rates just to jack them.
That and this and this and that.
I'm not really sure if they'll really have much of a case, because if they set criteria, as long as it's not illegal criteria, it's just a pricing model. So what?
They don't like their wallets being profiled is what they don't like.
Yeah.
Nobody likes that.
Preacher's cracking up. He said he's at the doctor's office and he can't have audio, but he can read the chat. And he says the chat comments are funny as hell because he's reading shit like magnetic tampons and stuff like that. He doesn't have the other side of the conversation. He only gets part of it.
Well, that's why he's at the doctor.
Why?
Yeah, just a little squirrely.
Man.
Rolex is boot to.
See, I almost prefer it to be a raccoon because raccoons are easy. There's not a raccoon going that can resist a sardine. I catch a raccoon on the very first night I set the trap. Fucking squirrels, though, they're slippery, man.
They're very cagey.
Yeah, squirrels, no.
They're like little spies.
I seen one guy had a really good scam. He mounted rat traps to the side of a tree. Like he would take a screw gun and just screw it to the tree, and he'd find a tree that was like leaning a little bit because he knew the squirrels like to run up and down that incline. And he would just put those rat traps on the side of that tree, and he was slaying them, man. He was catching 2 or 3 of them in a whack. But we don't have the trees in our yard, and my neighbor's going to go ape shit if I go over there and try to screw rat traps to his trees.
He might not mind. Maybe he's got the same problem you got. Maybe he's got squirrels in his attic too.
You would think.
I'd ask him. Say, hey.
What?
Oh, preacher said he had not good news from the dentist earlier today. No more buying shares for a while. Sounds like he's got to have a bridge put in or a fucking root canal or something.
I got a crown that needs to be redone.
Man, I got some tools. If you guys come by the garage, I can probably fix you up. I'm not giving no warranties or nothing, but I work cheap. I'll probably do you for like half of what that dentist will do.
I'm sure.
I'll snatch that shit out of your mouth. I get in there and get a hold of him with a pair of vice grips. It's coming out. Root and all.
I figure it's going. Yeah. Do I get any tequila or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'll get you drunk as fuck before we start, so it holds still a little bit. It's only going to hurt for a second. It'll
We
feel
do.
good
That's
once
what I tell
I snatch
yuccas
it
as
off.
well.
I figure it's going to be about 350 to 450 shares of AMC.
That's what I'm saying. Tom D says he pulled teeth. That's what I said, Tom. Sit down. Sit down on that fucking 5-gallon bucket right there. Lean your head back and open your mouth. I'll pull that shit out.
Yeah. Fuck you up.
Here it is.
If you're a kind of a pussy and getting drunk doesn't do it for you, we'll set you down there, and then I'll tell you on the count of 3, I'll just knock you out. I'll tell you I'm gonna punch you in the mouth on the count of 3, and the nose knock you out. And then what I'll do is surprise you and just hit you on 2. I'll say 1, 2, and I'll blast you in the nose. And then while you're unconscious, I'll snatch that tooth out for you. Then you won't even have to pay for anesthesia or nothing.
Yeah.
We could get some cans of whipped cream to whip it hits off of there. That helps numb you up pretty good.
Let's put that lidocaine, up there on the gum.
Yeah.
You probably take the gold one along with it.
I think throat yogurt uses that stuff on the throat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whack.
Yep. Greg News says go for the chin or the temple, cleaner knockouts. Yep.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I usually like to go for the nose. It blinds them for about 10 minutes.
I read on the internet that squirrels hate the smell of ammonia. They said you can soak rags in ammonia and stick them in those holes, and the smell repels them. But my thing is, well, what happens after the ammonia wears off?
I think.
I don't have to fucking put up a ladder every year and redo the fucking stink rag. If I didn't think it'd make an unholy mess on that roof, I'd mix up some hydraulic cement. Just mix up a bucket, and I'd carry up like a gallon of concrete mix at a time, and just use my hand to shove it up in that hole. Even if it took me 4 or 5 applications to build a little concrete cofferdam, but I'm afraid I'll slop that shit all over the fucking roof.
Tell you guys what. Thinkorswim's cost basis in the watch list view, it's so messed up and inaccurate. They're going to get sued eventually. Well, I guarantee.
For what particular ticker?
Any ticker. Their shit is all like messed up. Like all their If you use the column PL open, it's totally inaccurate. It's really, I mean, sometimes it's okay, but like if you go and buy shares in one ticker, it skews everything wrong after you do that, and it's just not good. You need to, before you sell because you think you're up, you should double check and look at log into Schwab and double check what you're.
Yeah, I've pulled up my Schwab and my Thinkorswim at the same time, and they stay on a 1 minute shit. They stay pretty close.
Well, I'm talking about profit loss. So you're saying the profit loss looks the same? See if I can give you guys an example. All right.
Or a quick ticket on Thinkorswim, it doesn't auto refresh. So if you fill out that ticket and then you sit there and watch, and that's still moving, the ticket won't adjust for you. You got to it doesn't auto refresh. If you're doing like a market order, I would assume they still, market order means market order, regardless of what it shows on the snap ticket. You'd think that when they executed, it would be, Look, I've used market orders. I'm not gonna lie, I've used them a lot.
Yeah,
they've been fair with me. I haven't tried to sell 3 or 4 or 500 shares on a market order. That might be a different animal. But
yeah,
as far as buying at market, I haven't gotten fucked yet.
Here's a ticker. I've got shares of SBET, which is a SharpLink Gaming. It says the average price, which is like the cost per share, is 0.00. That's inaccurate.
For your cost basis?
Yeah. Because they weren't free. They were paid for.
Have they gone through reverse splits?
Yeah, they probably have, but that's regardless.
If it falls to a certain point, yeah, that wouldn't change your cost basis though.
Okay, let me find another one.
Yeah, that's like a bookkeeping error for your personal account. Yeah.
Well, I've mentioned it to them, and they seem to be aware of it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Here's one. For ticker YHC, current ask on the stock is $1.79. My average price per share is listed as $1.08. Okay, so sounds profitable, right?
Right.
On the profit or loss since open, it says negative $14.61. Now, the only thing I can think of in that case would be if there was a reverse split and they're factoring in the $38 fees that were, somehow involved.
Yep. That'll do it.
That-
That's
that-
all it takes.
Maybe that's it. I'm not 100%.
Especially if you only have a handful of shares.
Right.
If you got 500 or 800 shares, that
Yeah.
$38 fee is not going to impact you. But when
Right.
you've only got 18 fucking shares to begin with.
Yeah.
What does gold, GameStop, AMC, and the VIX all have in common?
They're all green?
They're all green. That's the only thing that's green.
And I was guessing.
Yeah.
And the internet says that they hate the smell of ammonia. It says you can take like a bath towel, an old bath towel, and soak it in ammonia, cram it up in there, and they won't even go in the hole. But my question is, what happens like when the ammonia wears off? Like you got to go up once a year and pull it out and re-soak it and stick it back in. My son's car, the one that he wrecked, that he hit me in the ass with, is parked right there by that hole. I guess I could sit in the passenger seat with the window down. It'd get me out of the wind. I could be warm, and I could just sit in there with a pellet rifle this evening. That squirrel's going to come home at sunset. I think his battery's still up in his car. I could probably listen to the radio for entertainment, keep me from falling asleep. Shoot that sumbitch. Sandy said I could take the iPad out, take you guys out to my sniper hole. Can't have that because I missed with the first shot and I'd never hear the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on Operation Squirrel Assassin, Jesse. I've been working on that goddamn squirrel. Was in again last night. This time he was over top Mom's bedroom scratching all night long. Some bitch Jesse's got up on the top of the roof on that side and pushed the vinyl siding up and crawled up through that soffit. Huh? I told you I thought it was a raccoon.
How big is the hole? That's a personal question. I'm sorry.
It might be the fucking possum. That possum lived underneath the ramp. Well, I slept that big ass ladder out there this morning. Your mom held it for me while I crawled up there, and I thought it was this side where they had that somebody had stuffed an old pillowcase or something in that little hole. And I went up there, and your mom had a good idea about using some of that pipe insulation that we put on your fishing cart. So I shoved some of that pipe insulation there, and it worked really good. It sealed the whole thing up. But the squirrel's going to chew right through that styrofoam, though. My friend on here, Jesse, said to use like hardware cloth or some chicken wire, which that makes sense. I was going to cut one of your crab traps up and use the wire and stick up in there, but Mom told me.
Hey, Pirates, you know those stainless wire scrub pads? Like kind of like an SOS pad, but they're made out of stainless.
Yeah, but this hole, man, is this hole is 14 inches wide and 6 inches tall.
Well, damn.
You got you a possum or something.
You might have a cougar up in there.
You got to look at the pictures in the Discord, man. I mean, it's okay. Maybe 14 inches is a little extravagant. It's 9 inches wide. You can see the fucking roof. That standing seam roof between the seams. That's called a pan. The part of a stainless steel. The part of a standing seam roof that's between the seams is called the pan. I think that pan right there is 12 inches wide. So it's a foot. and then they pushed the one corner up about 4 inches or whatever. The problem is that fucking soffit is real like floppy. If you guys have ever fooled with that vinyl soffit, that shit just snaps in a track. It's like vinyl siding off of a mobile home or something, and it just rides in a track on each side. And if you just take your hand and just pop up on it, you can knock the whole fucking panel loose.
Go get you some of that sticky trap stuff. Duct tape it right along the roof line right there. They're going to climb up. They're going to get on that sticky trap, and then you can.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Gun and just
Sandy,
discard.
Pro Jeweler had a good idea. Remember those sticky traps we used on that rental that we found, those free ones? He said we put one of those sticky traps right outside of that hole and just duct tape it to the ceiling. And when they come running across that tree and go into that hole, they'll be stuck to that sticky trap. That's a really good idea.
Yep. And then you can, when they start screaming, you just put them out of their misery.
Yep. That's it, man. I like it. I can tell you those sticky traps work. We had some renters that moved out of a house and they left some behind, so they were freebies. And I had another house that had got a rat in it, and we put that damn sticky trap out, and it caught that son of a bitch, man. You wouldn't think that glue would be that strong, but they get on that shit and they cannot get off of it. Sandy didn't like it though, because of course I had to go whack it in the head with a fucking shovel.
But see, then you've got that opening still there to be dealt with at a later time. And Junior shows up.
I like the sticky trap idea. Yep. Yeah, the sticky trap.
I gotta get ready for a meeting, so I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
If nothing else, we'll wait till the day after tomorrow to put the sticky trap up. She's wondering if the sticky trap will freeze. I said it might, but we can wait until it warms up again before we. I like the sticky trap idea. Johnson B Street said they have brown bats in Michigan, and he said they push up the trim and squeeze in and they do an army crawl. He said those bats sound really big when they're scratching their wing. Maybe we got a bat in there. I wouldn't mind the bats. If it was bats, it'd be kind of cool because they eat mosquitoes. They eat their body weight in mosquitoes. He said the ones at his house were scraping, crawling in and out. But once a bat got in the attic, he wouldn't be moving all around and shit. They would just roost and go to sleep. Oh, I know. The motherfuckers. He kept me awake for an hour one night. My friend Vin Sandy said take some of that busted concrete up there and shove in the hole. He's being a dick. I got some Bondo. Bondo's pretty hard shit. Now, I don't think a rat could chew through Bondo. Maybe I could make a maybe I could take some chicken wire and make a chicken wire. Oh, hey, Diesel, I gotta be quiet while Diesel. I can make like a chicken wire plug and then shove it in there till it molds itself, like self-conforms to the shape of the hole, and then pull it out and then cover the whole thing with Bondo. and then shove it back up in there. I think the chicken wire stuff like they make the crab traps out of, I think the holes are too big. I think a squirrel could jump right through that. But that smaller stuff they got is called hardware cloth. It's like it's like a screen you use for a screened indoor, but it's real thick. I think that might be just good. That's what Pro Jeweler said. So when they try to chew through the stone insulation, they'll hit that steel and they'll quit you.
Such a miss.
Yeah.
Or that.
Yeah. Yeah. I could spray the styrofoam in there, that expandable foam, and while it's still wet, I could throw a handful of poison in. And when it swells up, it'll have the poison in the styrofoam. And if they chew the styrofoam, they'll be dead within 5 minutes. But then we end up. That's what I said. If it falls off the roof and the cats get into it, then. Well, I could see the tracks, little scratch marks. So something's going in and out of that fucking hole. I think they went through this side first, though, because they come from that tree. It's like the front door versus the back door. They're not going to walk all the way around the house to go in there when they got a little hole right there. And when he pulled that fucking pillowcase out or whatever it was that was shoved in that attic crawl space, they were like, fuck it. Right.
No, another thing you can do that I've seen is you can take that wire and you can put it over the hole, and it I forgot how they did it, but it was like a trap door, so it allowed them to go out, but they couldn't get in.
I've seen that. It allowed them to push their way out, but they couldn't push back in.
So that's going to take some engineering, but I just like to put the sticky trap up there and.
Why can't I go to a pet store and buy like one of those 6-foot long ball pythons? Just turn that snake loose in the attic. Can I do that?
Yes, you could. You need to put a tracker on him though. Know where he's.
I've never tried it, honey, but when we bought those raccoon traps as a bonus, they gave me the little squirrel trap that came with it. We've never tried those. Right. I gotta give credit where it's due, though. He said use the magnet, and that we got that big magnet that we fish off the dock with, honey. So I can set that magnet up there and then tie a trap to it, and that'll keep the trap from just sliding off the roof. Then the question is when they're coming in or out, whether they're going to bed or waking up and running to town, if they'll take the time to go inside that little trap. So we can try that. It's free. We've already got it. All I got to do is smear some peanut butter on it and set it up there. So just try that. 3305. Let's see if we can get above 33 and stay there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, the little one's too small for a raccoon. Can't if you're gonna bait sardines, you got to use the big trap. Yeah, I can. Well, to catch the coon, I don't even have to put the trap up on the roof. I can just set the trap in the flower bed with the sardines in it, and if it's, but I'll get you. I'll bet you money. Well, we can do that. We'll set both of them. We'll put the. I think there's some sardines out in the garage. I'll set the. Yeah. Fuck it, man. We'll catch all. We'll catch every house cat in the neighborhood. I'll be taking the neighbor's cats hostage. People will be on Facebook. They got their little Facebook homeowner association. Has anybody seen my calico cat? I'm like, what's it worth to you? You want your cat? What do you want? How much you willing to pay to get your cat back? It's always fucking something. My neighbor, the guy from the Englishman that lives to the east of us, that built that custom home. He's a badass, man. He did his entire attic. It's the most magnificent attic I've ever seen. The entire thing has flooring down where you can walk everywhere. It's got a fucking man door for access. There is no part of his attic that he can't access very easily. But man, that's the fucking way to do it. He had to pay to have special trusses made, so I'm sure he paid dearly for it, because in order for that to happen, you have to have like a Queen Anne style, not Queen Anne style, but you have to have arched trusses, because generally it's all those trusses that make it really hard to move around inside of an attic. But he paid to have some special trusses made, and as a result, he's got this massive storage space over his garage. It's pretty impressive. The neighbor to the west of us, they did the same thing when they had their custom house built. They did the same thing over their garage, which is like it's an oversized garage. They called it a 2-car, but it's really like a 3, almost 3.5. But he did a elevator. They put an elevator shaft in. They had it all framed in, all this load bearing beams and everything. And then they had the entire attic finished out with studs. They never did finish the drywall, because he asked me if I was interested in giving him a price to do all the drywall. I told him I'm fucking done. I don't want nothing to do with that shit no more. But his idea was, it was big enough to make like a mother-in-law suite over top of their garage. And it had it set up to where they have an exterior door going into the garage, so it have its private entrance. And then right inside the door, it had what looked like a closet, but you open the closet door up and it was made for a one-man elevator. So if it was an elderly person, they could just go right in and take the elevator up. And then when it opened up, it was big enough to put in a nice bedroom, a living room, and a little kitchenette area. And but he never did do anything with it. And what was really cool about it was, if you go in his house and go up the steps to the second floor, you go into like what looks like a closet. And when you open the door up on the back side of the closet, it walks right into that attic. So there's no like attic ladders or none of that shit. It's pretty badass. Max loves.
What's up, you beautiful D-Gens and pirate?
What's up, Slop?
Been out of power since yesterday, so just battling that a little bit. Sorry.
You rocking the generator?
Yeah, I don't have a Generac. I just have a, I guess you call them a portable. It's like 10,000 watts, so I can mostly everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm good. I will admit something, and the pirate will be angry at the sloppy. I never really used it until now. So I am an asshole for not doing a dry run. It wasn't terrible. I kind of knew what to do. But yeah, I would suggest to anybody out there in crayon eating land, do a dry run. It's better to know what you're doing beforehand than when you don't have any power and it's dark and shit.
I know one thing, if you're using a portable generator, you can never have too many extension cords.
I got the 50 amp thing put on the house, so that alleviates a lot of that.
Oh yeah,
Any
you
of
can
that.
just plug it in. Yep. You can plug it in and just isolate certain systems. Yep.
With that said, if I would have done a dry run, I would have had a better cord. So now I have to buy another cord, but it is what it is. I'll have a backup cord. So learning lessons. If anybody gets one, I would suggest getting a cord that is at a 90-degree in the plug or inlet box on the house, so that it's not straight out. And when it's straight out, it's a lot more stress on the plug as opposed to a 90 degree. So,
you can go look at the RV stores. That's how they sell them. If you go look at the RV plugs, when you go to a campground, all those plugs are on the 90.
See, I don't have any experience. Well, my family ever did that growing up. We never did that shit. So all this was kind of new.
They make an adapter too. If you don't have any, they make a 90 adapter.
And it's like 50 bucks, 55 bucks, roughly. But I'd rather not have like another connection. So I'm just going to get a whole nother plug. I can get one for like 100. So.
Yep.
What's been going on? Anything interesting?
No, just kind of hanging out.
Right.
GameStop's sneaking up a little bit. Kind of watching that.
Right.
I'm battling some squirrels. I got some sort of an invader in my attic. We're still taking bets on what kind of critter it is. I don't think it's a raccoon. It's a possibility it's a possum, but I have a sneaky suspicion it's just your garden variety gray squirrels, based on the size of hole that they're going in and out of. But man, it sure raises a lot of hell at night. To be a little squirrel, I don't know how something so small can make so much noise. But
mice or rats? When I lived in Virginia Beach, I had mice in my. They can get anywhere.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not fun. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Did Rugged get any of this weather, or have y'all talked to him?
He just left a few minutes ago. He's been in and out all morning, but he hadn't said.
Didn't get a snowblower out.
He had a snowblower out. Yep, I forgot. Yep.
Yeah, they probably got about 8 inches up there, depending on where he's at. I don't know exactly where he's at.
There it goes. Look at that volume on AMC, fellas. You talk about a volume candle. Look at that son of a bitch. It went from 25,000 shares a minute to 300,000 shares. One fucking candle. With almost no discernible difference in the price. Few fucking
That's
pennies.
normal. That's normal.
Yeah.
That's normal.
Sandy's got one cat that's a hell of a hunter. Her favorite, or her actual number one best friend is she's quite the little murderer. And I'm quite certain if I was to give her access to that attic, she'd make short work out of that fucking squirrel and any babies. But the problem is Mrs. Pirate's not going to let me use her as a assassin. She's afraid she'll get in that attic and not get out. I had a ladder up one time because our steam generator for the steam bath is up there, and I had to go put a new probe in it, and I'd left the ladder up and the space open while I was waiting for the parts to come in, and her one cat climbed that ladder. Huh? Yeah, both of them climbed an aluminum ladder. Those fucking cats climbed that aluminum ladder, 12-foot aluminum ladder, and got in the attic. And Sandy about lost her mind. She was just adamant that they were never going to get out. But I don't know if I couldn't just turn those cats loose and let them have at it. I go upstairs in one of those spare bedrooms and just take my Sawzall and cut a little cat door in the drywall. Put them a little flapper door like the one we got downstairs, and just let them have free reign. Those fucking squirrels will quit coming around. I got 0 wheelbarrows today. I had 7. My wheelbarrow counts at 7, but I'm at 0 today because I'm looking for. I was supposed to go out and do at least one, but I used a squirrel as a distraction. That was my excuse. No, you don't shit for nobody but you, Sandy. You're the pooping girl. Oh, $33.53. Look at that GameStop go.
I like that. It's like AMC's trying to follow along, but it just can't get there.
Hey, Jesse, open the garage door and just look and see if those raccoon traps are up on top of that shelf. Or do we take them over there to our storage barn? Should be up on the very top by that archery target. Are they? All right, good. We can move to Key West as long as we can have about 300 grand in the budget for a boat. Why don't we just live on the boat in Key West? Where would Diesel shit at? These guys on those yachts, they put AstroTurf on the front bow. So the dog can, but they've always got little foo-foo dogs like Pekingese or little. But I don't know that anybody that lives on a yacht has a big full-size Labrador or Golden Retrievers dropping hot steamers on the boat. At least you can garden hose it. You can garden hose it right off. That's not Jesse. That's funny, Jesse. Don't listen, Mom. That's funny, Jesse.
You got to teach him to shit off the side of the boat.
That's what Jesse said. Tell him to cheat shit off the side of the boat. But he took the joke a step further. He said, "But what if he has diarrhea and he blows chocolate pudding all over the front of the yacht?" And then Sandy chastising. She's like, "That's enough. You always take it too far." It was funny, Jesse. I agree. It was very funny.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
The boys in Discord agree with you, Jesse. They said it was funny. A dog with diarrhea on a yacht is very funny. That's Saturday Night Live gold.
What did Dave Chappelle call it? Habitual line stepper?
Yep. Sandy Elgato said that he put a plastic owl in his attic, and it kept the squirrels from going in because they're a bird of prey. He said they were chewing up his AC shit trying to get water. Yeah, I just glue a big owl up on the roof right there by the front. Yeah, how long it take the HOA to start bitching about that?
Now, I've never heard that, but I've heard of them keeping away like buzzards and stuff.
Well, I know the guys on the yachts, they didn't like it when the pelicans and specifically the seagulls would shit on their yachts. So they do take those plastic owls and they would mount them up on top of the pilot house or up on like the radar mast. But after a while, those fucking birds would figure out that it wasn't real. And he showed me the one he had. They'd peck the eyes out of that plastic owl.
And I'm wrong. Woodpeckers. Sorry, woodpeckers. They'll keep woodpeckers away. Because my parents had it in their. It would get in their gutters, and it sounded like a fucking machine gun going off. And they put that out, and it was gone.
Yeah, you get a pileated woodpecker beating on a house, it sounded like a fucking squad automatic weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else works is a plastic snake. You go to the toy store and get you a big rubber snake or big plastic snake and put it out there. It'll work for a while, but it's like sooner or later they realize they'll figure out that it's not real.
Hey, somebody's demented some bitches around here wouldn't have to go to the store to get no big plastic snake. You know what I'm saying? They probably got it in the bedroom in a drawer under a couple of towels or some shit.
I got a snake, man. It was slithering.
$33.54 made a new intraday high, but now it's peeling back down.
What?
Peace Fish Cup says mothballs, Sandy. I did read that, Peace Fish Cup, that mothballs or a rag soaked with ammonia, that the squirrels really don't like the smell. So that mothball idea might have a merit to it, because my problem with soaking a rag with ammonia is that eventually it's going to lose its efficacy. It'll, evaporate.
All right, team, going to the gym. Just checking in on y'all. Take care.
Right on. What do you enjoy, honey? Oh, well, goddamn. She said she's spending her MOAS money to get seasons tickets for the Cincinnati Bengals, and then Jesse's going to have to fly her to Cincinnati for every game. There you go.
So NVIDIA did graphic on, and it's good. And I'm probably going to see what NVIDIA stock is doing. And tumbled.
Thank
and
you.
I'm like, I don't fucking know why. But then I looked up something about the valuation, and it says that, and I didn't calculate myself, but from Fortune 500, it says
those mothballs also keep away snakes.
Market cap as of today is more than ARM, which is the producer, AMD, Intel,
all of them combined.
Broadcom, combined, and then doubled.
Well, damn, money, that's pretty good. Where'd you find that recipe? Sandy bought a breakfast pizza. There's like pizza crust, but instead of pizza sauce, it has cheese, scrambled eggs, and sausage. Pretty damn nice. Pretty damn nice.
What are you eating, Pyre?
I just told you.
Oh, that's a sausage?
It's I guess it's like pizza. A breakfast pizza. A breakfast pizza. She just took it out of the oven, but it has like a pizza crust, and then instead of sauce, it has cheese, scrambled eggs, and sausage on it. And it's,
there you go. It's like a souffle.
He said it's like almost like a gravy. The cheese is right. So
Where?
I remember one year we had baby squirrels that I guess they had a nest up there, and one of the babies got out and was down on the front porch, and I managed to corner it out in the driveway underneath the car. One of the neighbors was out, but I bashed his brains in with the butt of a BB gun. Oh, sorry. My family's eating, so I got to stop with the ugly talk.
Can't use bodily function. Yeah. Yeah.
They're all like, I can't believe you do that to a squirrel. I'm like, well, if you had to write the check to have all the electrical wiring rewired, the plumbing fixed where they chew through the plastic packs, the water damage, all that shit, you'd go to war with squirrels too. I hate them little bastards. That's really good, honey.
Thank you.
Did she give you any idea of what she thinks it's worth? I mean, at least it gives you a starting point.
Somebody's hot.
So if she lost it, it'd actually anyway. You know, I work for Robert Whiteside.
GameStop going up again, 33.50.
It was you did when you were going into work, you had no idea what was going to happen. It was like a roller coaster. This is a little bit more, it was like the teacups at Walt Disney World. If a holiday is your regular day off, ask your manager how it affects you. You will be compensated for holidays in accordance to federal law and state.
Wah.
Do any holidays fall on Saturday? I take Saturday, Sunday off. Well, it's New Year's Day, Memorial Day, which is a Monday, 4th of July, which can be any day. Labor Day is always a Monday. Thanksgiving, always on a Thursday. So Christmas Day and New Year's Day can be any day. Right.
33.56. Still going up.
Palantir down nearly 7% on pace for largest percent decrease since July of 24.
Uh-oh. 33.80. Sandy, GameStop might have a little something going on. It's just getting bumping up against $34. 33.80 to be exact. $33.87. Now pulling back a little bit. Big volume though. $33.90. Come on.
Does anybody know Tom S?
Yeah, I remember Tom.
He's sitting over at Papa Mac's Discord. Of course, he's got his earbuds off.
He used to do that shit all the time. I don't know what that's all about. He would log into KC's Discord and he would have it turned on for 6-7 hours. Never say a word. He was in the guitar club. He was one of those. He was one of those guys that played guitar. I mean, really could play. Like played in a band and shit.
Mm-hmm.
He was around a lot for a while.
Well, he's over there. He's been sitting over there all morning long. I sent him a friend request so I can send him a message because he's got he's turned off. He's got everything turned off except he's in there. So
yeah,
see if I can show him the way.
There you go. There it is, Sandy. $34.12. God damn.
Mission and liftoff of the space station and returning to
Sweet.
Baby.
They're really working on AMC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, AMC got a big volume bump the last 2 minutes to 2 candles.
I'll take a look at option.
Well, they had a big volume bump down. I mean, it's like a V. It's just big, giant, continuous W that never ends. Up, down, up, down. Yeah.
Okay, so for GameStop, the largest call side contract, about 500 contracts, the January 31st, $65 call strike.
For a call strike.
And we're seeing just over the last, let's see here, last 2 minutes, I'm seeing people buying some of, excuse me, some of the January 10th and January 17th, 125 call strikes, January 17th. I'm seeing, as they come in right now, I'll just read them to you. See someone buying a $35 call strike for the 31st, $40 call strike for the 10th, $50 call strike for the 10th, $33 call strike for the 10th. $38 call strike for the 10th, $38 call strike for the 10th.
There's 34.26.
More.
28.
Okay.
33.
Yep. Bunch more. 38 on the 10th, 38 on the 10th, 29.50 on the 10th, $55 call strike on the 21st of February, $60 call strike on the 21st of February, $36 call strike on the 31st of January, $35 call strike 17th of January, $125 call strike for the 16th of January,
$34.40.
$34.50 call strike for the 10th of January, 33 call strike for the 10th of January, $65 call strike 17th of January, $40 call strike 17th of January, 34. It's just kind of continuing in that range. Another one just rolled in for the 17th $125 call strike. That would be, yep.
Guess I'm gonna get my last 6 shares.
Well, you never know.
Donkey Kong said a $5 million buy-in in the dark pool went through. $34.40. Isn't that nice?
Shouldn't it still show up on the volume though?
Okay. Give them hell. Yeah, I know, Van, but it just hurt my pride.
I sold this at Christmas time, and she wants to just wear a watch chain. So
Okay, another 125 call strike on the 17th. some $65 call strikes on the 31st. And then a couple puts just came in for $34.10. Okay, a few more for the 125 call strikes just came in on the 17th of January. 3 orders.
Do y'all think those 300,000 shares they used, those were people selling, or that was complete shorting on the 2 candles after the last high?
I don't know how you'd figure that out.
Well, your gut feeling. Maybe some people took money at 34, but why would you do that when you know it can go to 45, 50?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You're saying what was it as an order for 300,000?
Well, one candle on that first red candle after the run up is 100K plus, and then the second one's 190K plus.
And these were buys or sells?
Well, they're probably, well, it's red candles, so they were selling. Either people were selling or they were shorting new share or borrowed shares into the market at that point. To break that up, going up.
Sandy, we're up $460 on the 70 shares of GameStop.
We are.
Yeah. AMC, we're down to 82 grand. so we got some fucking ground to make up.
Yeah. I'm probably down about 35,000.
I bait that pot, that raccoon trap. You know you're going to catch Kate the first night.
You check it.
Yeah, we can do that.
These will go. Run.
What's up, killer? Did you hear the squirrel last night? Where'd you hear him at? Over top of your gaming computer?
What?
Man, it is a windy mofo out there.
Yeah, it's bitter cold here.
Yeah.
And there's the rug pull. We just gave up $1 on GameStop in
Whoa.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
In 10 minutes.
We
Gave up $1 in minutes. 34 to 33. And that's why your VIX is up today. See, Vin, you would have cost me money. You're trying to get me to FOMO in. And if I'd have pulled the trigger on them 5 shares instead of 6 at $34.40, I'd be down right now. I'd be down $5. Yeah, that's a foot long. That's a foot long at Subway or $5 Subway, whatever they got. You could have cost me a nice lunch sandwich, Vin. This is why I don't listen to you guys from fucking Vietnam. What the fuck you know about stocks? I need some goddamn advice on fried rice. I'll call you up, motherfucker. I think he's trying to cost me money on purpose. I think he woke up this morning and said, I'm gonna see if I can trick Pirate into buying some shit that'll cost him money. I see how you are. He said, I can buy you some expensive banh mi. All right, man. I'm going to let it slide this time, but just let the record reflect that if I had pulled the trigger on those 5, I'd be down $5 right now. And that's not going to help you and I become besties, man. I hang out with people who help me make money, not people who drag me down. I got no need for boat anchors, man.
Dude. No.
What I need to do is day trade this GameStop right now. When it hit 34.40, I should have sold it while we're up $500. And then I could have bought back in right now. And I'd make $70 on the trade.
Nah, it's not guaranteed.
I messed around, eating a breakfast pizza, and I lost a chance to scalp $70.
Ah, won't matter. If this thing moves the way it's supposed to, that won't matter.
What's up, fellas?
Danny the Deuce.
How's it going, pirate? What's going on? We got a creature, pro driller, quack quack, real rugged.
What's going on, Danny D?
Good afternoon.
How we doing? Everything's good. Thank you.
Yes, it is. How you doing?
Doing well.
Fantastic.
Hey, Pro, I'm gonna come see you soon. I got a bracelet that I got from my stepdad who passed away, and it needs to be fixed. So I'm gonna come see you.
Okay. So
I don't know when though, but yeah. Well, this was last year, but they gave it to me when I was younger. My mom and stepdad, and it's been broken for years. I'm like, I want to fix it. So
yeah, bring it on down and just give me a heads up when you're on your way. And
absolutely, yeah, man, we'll go. Get to see you.
Send that shit to me. I work cheaper than jeweler. I got a plumbing box. I've done a lot of plumbing with copper, and I got some solder and some flux. I'll fix that shit.
Yeah.
Pro jeweler don't know what he's fucking doing. I can do that shit. I got some JB Weld. You got like part A and part B. You mix that shit together and stir it all up. You got to work fast. But the JB Weld is nice, man.
I need a real professional prior. Not a semi.
All right. Not a pirate jeweler. Just remember, you snubbed me when I get.
Oh boy.
See, Vin saying now he's saying I could buy in now with my 5 shares instead of 6, and then write it back to 34. But see, I don't have any confidence in you, Vin, because the first time you steered me wrong, and I got no excuses the first time because I didn't know better. But if I take your advice now and I get fucked for another $5, then it makes me look like a dumbass because then everybody's going to laugh and they're going to say, well, he fucked it up the first time. Why did you do it again? And then I won't have any comeback for that. I'll lose face in the community. I won't have any respect any longer. Not that I have any to begin with. So this thing is, it's dangerous, Vin. Very dangerous. Donkey Kong said another $3.6 million buy-in in the dark pool for GME. There is a battle going on. That's cool. Let it rage.
Let him spend that money.
But Donkey Kong says if I look like a dumbass, I will blend in with the rest. Fit right in, huh? Ducks of a feather, man. Yeah.
Donkey.
Is it Bon Mai or Bon Mi? I'm going to say it's Bon Mai. He's saying he's going to give me an IOU for Bon Mai, like a hedge fund.
I got plenty of IOUs. I need the real deal.
Popular this morning, ain't you? Oh, thanks for the heads up, man. I always like to learn. He says it's pronounced like me. On me.
What's this Palisades fire in Los Angeles?
Banh mi, Vietnamese sandwich made with chicken and full of pickled vegetables. I like the sound of that shit now.
Y'all know the Vic?
Yeah, I like bone.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I like just about anything pickled, man. I like pickled vegetables. I like pickled cauliflower, pickled carrots, um, the little cherry peppers. I like any. I don't have much problem with anything that's floated in vinegar. No, man, I've never had it. That's why I said I appreciate the tip. I learned something new. I learned how to say a new word, and on top of that, I got a tip on a new. I don't think we have Vietnamese cuisine close to me, Vin. I think I got to go to Fort Walton Beach over towards Destin. I think there's a place over there, a family over there that runs a place. I know there's a boatload of Chinese and a boatload of Thai, but I'm not off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to do some. I'm gonna look into that, but I'm gonna have one of those sandwiches. I just looked it up on Google. It looked very nice. They gave a recipe. Obviously, I don't have any desire to cook one, but I'm sure I can find somebody around here that's gonna whip one up. He said it's called banh mi. I got one of my friends on here is Vietnamese, and he says banh mi is a sandwich. It's made chicken and pickled vegetables. Really? Did you like it? My son said he had one, Vin. He gave it a big thumbs up. He said he has them a lot. So why? See, this is what I'm talking about. Everything I've done for my son. He discovers an amazing Vietnamese sandwich. You think he brings one home for dad? Fuck no. Fuck no. He's like, oh yeah, I've had plenty of those. I'm like, well, fuck. What the fuck happened? He said there's a place called House of Pho, Jesse, in Pensacola. Have you been there? No, that's close to me, Vin.
I'm sure they have them everywhere. Quick, it's guys. So
Yeah, man.
Not like that. Roast pork.
Yeah.
Got
All right. See, man, that's what I'm talking about. I'm always left out. I've paid for a bunch of them, it seems, Ben. I just haven't tasted any of them. Yeah, everything seems so expensive. They used to have a little, there was a little mom and pop hole in the wall. It was like in a strip mall here. And I forget what the name of the place was, but they had a sandwich here called the Fighter Pilot. Of course, they were sucking up to the Air Force Base. But it was like a wannabe Subway sandwich. They went in there and they made cold cuts, and you could get grinders and all that. And they had like 6 or 7 different sandwiches you could choose from, but I always got the Fighter Pilot. But man, they made a fine sandwich. They were generous with the fixings and cheese and the meat and all that. And he sold out or something. One of his family members took over and he retired. And they ruined that place. In about 2 years, it was gone. Fucking. 15 minutes into power hour. Actually, 16 minutes. There ain't no getting around it. I'm going to be glued to that fucking wheelbarrow before the sun sets. I can already see it. At least it gets dark at 5. I can quit. I can say, well, it's dark now. It's 5:30. It's too dark out. So they can only chain me to that thing for 2 hours. And your treasury hit 4.681. Still climbing.
VIX is 1795 and it's climbing. Had a weird gap up. At the same time that dark pool order for GME went through.
It's like when I look out over the Gulf of Mexico and I see the giant black clouds coming this way. You know it's coming.
He's gonna bring back the chain that she's going over that with so you can hold for it.
Storm brewing.
$17.99, 1802 VIX, up 12.34%.
Hmm.
$18.06.
I guess if you go shopping, honey, buy me a bag of unsalted peanuts still in the shell. Just a little tiny bag, because I can have some bait.
VIX now at 13%.
I actually put socks and gym shoes on today. It means I mean business. If you see me with shoes on, I mean I'm serious business.
Mine's they're a little insane. The top tier ones are the 59 gigabytes for $2,500, and then the lowest one is $599. What compared to last year's, the $599 one is as fast and powerful as the top of the line one last generation, which is $2,000.
So you buy last year's model,
Which is still going for $2,000.
for $500.
Yeah.
And if you see me with work boots, on, you need to run because I'm going to ask you to help. If I got gym shoes on, it means I mean business. But if I've got work boots on, you need to stay clear of me because you're going to get put to work. VIX is up to 18.48, up 15.2% on the day. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's a good sign. It needs to get to 30, then 40, and then 50, and then 100.
Oh, man.
Just to 100, we're all going to be paying attention. Something's going to be happening.
I have 5 showers in my house. My family waits in line to use one. Crazy.
Hey, I got to run, gentlemen. I'm going to practice. Okay, guys, later. See you, Pirates.
All right, buddy.
Hello, I'm back.
Right on.
What up? I saw 413 on AMC, nice. 3440 on GME. Harley, did you start scaring the hedges again?
I don't know, man. Something's up though. Crazy volatility. Did you see the VIX?
No.
17.6 or something. It's up like 16% on the day.
1853, nice.
Yeah, something's up.
It looks like that can's a bit run down after all that kicking.
Yeah.
Change on HYMC. The volume today was 98.92 thousand. At $2 share price, that's 98,000 shares. That's something. Trump announced today that they're wanting to rename the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Okay.
I decided I could either go to the top of the ladder and continue with the squirrel battle. I can go chain myself to the wheelbarrow till dark, or I could take a nap. So leaning towards the nap right now.
Well, I mean, if you feel tired and you feel like you need a rest, just get the rest you need. Listen to your body. If nobody's chasing you, I don't know what Sandy's currently doing right now. He has a knife over your head or not, but if not, maybe.
I think they're headed into town to do some shopping or something. So Camelot's going to be quiet here. It's going to be a nice environment for a little nap, I think.
No, just look, like you were saying yesterday, nobody's chasing it. Do it at your own pace. And maybe not everybody's going to be happy, but you're going to be in one piece, and that's what you need. Right?
I like it. I like it very much. Yeah. What I always tell myself is, there'll always be something else. I can move all the rocks, but that don't mean I'm done. There'll just be something else come up.
Yeah.
So fuck it. Twisty Swifty says, Bridgewater, the largest hedge fund in the world, has dismissed 7% of its workforce per Reuters. Unusual whales. That's cool news, Twisty. Like KC used to say, you need to see people leaving with all their shit in their cardboard boxes. And that's a start. Yeah, Ven says, I'll bet they get on me and not even tell me. I'll probably, Ven. That's probably what they'll do.
What's banh mi?
Oh, you don't know about banh mi, man? I can tell you all about it, man. It's a Vietnamese sandwich made with including chicken meat, but it has pickled vegetables on it. I just learned about it today myself. Then I queried my son, and he was like, "Yeah, you don't know about that, Dad?" I'm like, "Well, how the fuck am I the only guy on the planet who doesn't know about banh mi?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, we have it all the time. It's really good." I'm like, "Well, did you ever think about bringing me one home?"
I don't know. I discovered Vietnamese, I think, dish with my polar plunge buddies. We started going to the gym a bit in the beginning of last year when I was on paternity leave, so I had a bit of time. And after gym, from time to time, we would go and have this. It's like it's called bunbo, I think, BUNBO. At least that's what they had it on the menu, and it's like it's spicy, some pasta, some meat, some veggies. Tastes very fresh, very intense flavors, and spicy. Yeah, but not
nice.
Spicy. Oh my god, that thing was so good.
I'll eye out for that too.
Yeah. Like I'll send you. And the thing is, I don't know if it's done like that everywhere, but the thing had like roasted. I don't know if it was roasted almonds or roasted cashews, like crumbled roasted nuts on top. My god, that thing was just
nice. Has nice texture. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it like a picture in general. It's like a generic. Oh, I see new pictures in general. What is this? Is this Camelot?
I don't know, man. Can't remember.
It's like pictures of a roof.
Oh, that's where the squirrels are getting in and out, man. Yeah, that's Camelot. That's the fucking holes. That little hole where that goddamn squirrel's moving now. Oh, yeah, that's a good looking dish there. Yeah, that looks like a hearty meal right there. That looks really good. Yeah, that looks fantastic. Got some variety in it too. You get your little beef, it's a little bit of everything. I like it.
Yeah. Good to know. See, Kaka wrote in chat that it's more in general that it's Vietnamese if it's called.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I like that. I like to always looking to expand my linguistics.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is that the place that was selling it was Thai something, so basically Taiwanese cuisine. But when I looked it up when I put Bon Bon now on the internet, and the picture is the same as what I had, so it's the same dish. It's saying Vietnamese, so I'm just assuming that that place just covers a number of countries.
Yep. Eight minutes left on the game clock. Hey, come here and look at this, honey. Pretty sure him and his buddies went after the gym to a Vietnamese restaurant and had this stuff called a bun bo. Yes, that's like spicy noodles, vegetables, beef. Doesn't that look good? Dumpling. Good looking stuff there now. What are you doing, little girl? You come and say hi?
Okay, I heard a bit of a meow.
Yeah, Sandy's cat's up on.
Nice.
Come to visit.
Getting in on the action now. Wait,
Yeah, she's.
for how long do those cats live with you?
This one here is 14 years old.
Mm-hmm.
For a long time.
And you live together in there, so I'm just wondering at what time are they becoming your cats as well?
I'm not really a cat person, but I guess, yeah, they're part of the family. There's no getting around it.
Yeah.
But I'm second fiddle, man. She'll come and beg me to, she'll make me pet her and get up on my lap and all that shit. But she's kind of like I said, a little bit of a fucking whore. Sandy will come in and sit down in her chair, and she as soon as Sandy comes in, she's gone. She don't want nothing to do with me no more. It's kind of fucking hateful. Like, hey, you know, I was good enough before now. So she's got her favorites, man. That's just the way it is. Huh?
The way
Yeah. Yeah, she is like a dog, though. You can call her, she'll come to you.
Nice. The way you used to do it.
It's really funny because unlike like Jack, the jackhammer scared Diesel, he run and hide, and the other cats run and hide. But Sandy's little cat, Angie, she's a supervisor, construction. She'll go out there, she get right in the mix of all of it. I don't matter if we're at the end of the boat dock working, whatever I'm doing, she's got to be right. And she'll jump up on a car engine. You be under the hood trying to work on something, she'll be in there climbing all over the damn air conditioner, or air intake and everything. She's something else. Little bitty thing, but she thinks she's bigger than she is. She ain't scared of a damn thing, though. Huh? Yeah.
cat, and I don't know if what I did was right or wrong, but I would just hold him in my arms, and even if he wanted to leave, like, nope, you're staying here. And after a few, I guess, weeks of doing this, like not hurting him in any way, but just like, no, you want to go? No, you're staying. And I was just petting him and stuff. And after a while, he was like, after me, like following me everywhere, like everywhere. He was literally like a dog, and he loved petting. Like you couldn't get rid of him afterwards. So I don't know.
Yeah, Sandy's cat's she likes to be carried. So she'll approach you, and then she'll meow at you till you pick her up, and then she likes you to cradle her in her arms, and then she likes to rest her head on your shoulder. But then she doesn't like you to be stand still. She wants you to move about. So as long as you keep walking, she'll sit in your arms. But if you stand still for any period of time, she'll either start wiggling a little bit, wanting to be let down, or she'll claw on you a little bit to get you going. It's the funniest shit. So she's got everybody in this house trained to pick her up and carry her around. They let her like out the windows and shit. It's kind of funny.
Had a bit of physiotherapy and acupuncture done. My back's full of holes and stuff.
What did the dentist say they need to do to your teeth?
Well, I need an implant, so that's gonna
Oh.
cost. I'm assuming still a bit cheaper than in the US, but
I'm gonna guess $1,800 US. Two grand.
Yeah, we're actually pretty close with the 1800, but I'm gonna look for a different, let's say, a second opinion. See if I can get something.
Needs
at a
that
better
implant.
price.
I got a hot glue gun, man. You squeeze by the house, I can fix you up with a hot glue gun.
I know, right?
Yes.
I need to check with my medical service provider from work, because I'm paying for like a private one. Part of my package I don't have dental, but well, for basic dental stuff I do have a 50% discount. So I want to check if implants is included in that discounted part. And I might need to travel to a further city for that. But still, it's half the price.
There's
It's
the
worth it.
go. Yeah. Well, you think it would be because it's part of your chewing. If you don't have teeth, you can't chew. So, I mean, yeah. There's the closing bell. $4.07 for AMC. GameStop closed at $33.37, up 1.68 green.
And Bitcoin took a bit of a dive. Looks like some leverage.
Yeah, it gave up 5.5 grand today, 5.5%. 96,469. You all going car shopping, Jess? All right. See what I got.
That's all.
I think that's gonna be about it for the stream, so we're gonna go with our closing song. By the way, if you're gonna want to, like, if you want me to switch to something else, let me know. I'm currently gonna still starting and ending with Gonna Hit You Like a Puck, the song shared by Casey a while back.
Yeah, no, that works, man. Just anything at all.
Okay, so turning off the background music and beginning the end of the stream.
From sap to strength in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victories within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside in this kingdom now. The apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown.
Be wonderful, huh?
Through the nights and days, we fought this fight with hearts of gold. We reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin in this game of life.
When Jesse's helping you with your shopping and he gets me one of those extra large sticky pads for the rats, tell him to grab me a roll of duct tape. I'm out of duct tape. Is there? That's great. No, that's fine.
Okay, everyone, have a nice afternoon. See you tomorrow. Thanks for sticking around, and yeah, take care. Have a good one. Get some rest. Watch a movie.